Okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Alhamdulillah Rabbil Alameen. Sallallahu ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam tasliman kathira. Welcome everyone to the second major seminar that we're offering here with Basira Education on From Doubt to Certainty. And this seminar is going to extend and continue and return to what we covered last year. So there will be some things which are a review, but we're going to be going a lot deeper into every subject, inshallah. And as you can see from the title, we are addressing doubt, its causes, and then certainty, and how we can prove these four facts on the bottom. Islam is true, the Prophet ﷺ is a genuine messenger, God exists. How we build an Islamic worldview and build it on evidence, inshallah. So let's look at the schedule for today. Inshallah, what's going on? Okay. The goal is for this not to be a lecture, pure lecture form. I want us to engage, for you to ask as many questions as you need, for you to push back if you feel the need to do so. This is not just me just talking to you, inshallah, it's a conversation. And that's how knowledge is built. It's built through conversations, not just through lectures. Now, I'm here with Basira Education. I've studied personally and privately and overseas for many years, but I do a lot of work with Basira Education, which is an organization that tries to answer all of these questions on the board there. Important questions that many Muslims have. And we address these for free with professional slides and seminars and workshops. And the goal is really just to give resources, free and accessible resources to every Muslim. So today, from the beginning of July, we are pleased to announce that we have opened up the Why Islam is True course. It's a full 12-week course for completely free. And moving forward, alhamdulillah, we got to the place where we don't have to charge anymore for it to support our mission. So really, the goal of this thing today is I'll return back to Basira on a lot of the materials we've made. Everything I'm mentioning today is completely free, right? So we're not making any money off of this seminar. The goal is really just to share these resources so that as a parent you can use them, as a youth you can use them for your children, and we've really put a lot of work into these. So today you can go to whyislamistrue.com and enroll immediately into Why Islam is True for completely free. And I'll mention the website later on, inshallah, as well. Okay, so if you've ever had any of these questions or you've thought about these before, this is the right seminar to be in, inshallah. So let's look at our schedule. We're going to have an intro into doubt, into atheism, how doubt arises, the history. We're going to look at the modern atheist movement, which is a very important subject movement to understand. Then we're going to build our Islamic worldview. So God, design, oneness, miracles, Islamic history, how we can ground all of these things in evidence and not just blind faith. And we're going to do this in a way that is very succinct and deep, but it's not a whole seminar just on these facts. Last year we did an entire 2-day thing just on the Islamic worldview. So today we're going to go beyond that. And once we've built this worldview, we're going to defend Islam today and tomorrow collectively, right, against many of the modern attacks. The problem of evil, you might have heard that. The age of Aisha radiallahu anha. Was the Prophet ﷺ a warlord? How do we understand and reconcile Islam with evolution? Spiritual abuse, right? Maybe there have been bad imams or people who have been caught doing things that contradict their message. So how do we understand this? And these, as we'll see, are very important issues. And then finally, if we have time, the Islamic dilemma. This one's not really a problem as much for Muslims because it's kind of a made-up problem, but it takes some time to understand it. So we'll see if we have time to get that or not, inshallah. And then also, I'll give you many resources throughout the class and throughout the seminar to access and use, inshallah, completely for free. Q&A is going to pop up throughout the seminar. So if you ever have a question, just raise your hand and you can ask immediately. You don't have to wait. But we will also have designated times for Q&A where we can really go back and forth and you can spend a lot of time, inshallah. We'll also have breaks, but I don't think the breaks are scheduled. So if you ever need to get up and use the restroom, get some water, please feel free. You don't need to ask me or anything. You can just go ahead and do that, inshallah. Okay, so any questions before we begin? Bismillah. Okay, there's a lot to cover, so it's exciting. The lunch break, I believe, is at 2. I have to double check that, but I believe it's at 2. 1:30 was the private time? Then it's 1:30. I didn't organize the program, so if you saw something, then that's probably what it is, yeah. But I can double check too, inshallah. Yeah. Okay, so Bismillah. Let's go into definitions. So when we talk about certainty and doubt, what do we mean? So if I say I'm a Muslim and I believe in these things, do you have certainty in those beliefs? Are you doubtful of those beliefs? What do we mean by doubt and certainty? What do you guys think it means to be certain about something? That you're absolutely sure. For example, like Islam is true or the Prophet ﷺ existed. If you say you're certain about that, you know it's true. What does that mean to you? What does certainty mean? Yeah, anyone can raise their hand. Yeah. Okay, so a couple things there. You've known it your whole life. You have no reason to question it. And there's no conflicting evidence. Okay? What else? What else do we understand when we say certainty? Arabic, it's yaqeen. Right? What does that mean to you? You don't have to get it. It doesn't have to be right. Just let me know what you think. What do you think? What do you think? You're sure of something? Okay. Now what about doubt? What does doubt mean to you? I know these are like but when you say I'm not sure, I have doubt in a certain belief, what does that mean? How would you define doubt? Someone's doubting their belief. Yeah. Yes. Go ahead. They're questioning it. Okay. So let's understand our definitions today. And we're going to use these definitions for the rest of the seminar. So certainty for us today, and there are many, definitions of certainty, but we're saying a firm belief. It's firm, meaning it's not subject to change. Based on evidence. So you're not believing this just because someone told you to believe it. Right? So some people might have firm beliefs, but they're not based on evidence. So let's say they're sure that the sun orbits around the earth. They're positive. And they don't have if they don't have any evidence or sufficient evidence, that would be a false belief. So it's firm belief based on evidence that settles in one's chest. This aspect here is more of like a practical meaning of certainty, that you find that it's just with you and it's an action of your heart. You can't really ignore it. Like belief is something you don't actually do intentionally, because when you see the evidence, your heart either affirms it and leans towards it, or it doesn't. And this is why when the Prophet ﷺ or when the Quran talks about the disbelievers, they say that they know it's the truth, but they disbelieve in that. What does that mean? That means that they're there, their hearts know it's the truth. They know the evidence is there, but they just deny it. They turn away from it, or their hearts aren't even accepting it. So they either know it without even realizing it, or they don't realize it at all, and Allah hasn't guided them. But it's an action of the heart. So when we say that certainty settles in one's chest, it means that when one knows that Islam is true based off of evidence, that's a firm belief, it then starts to become part of who they are. It starts to just settle with them, and it's harder to shake it. It's not just a mere fact out there that, as soon as something else comes along, it just shakes everything up. And that's what we mean when someone has like strong Iman. It's not just blind faith, but it means that the certainty in this evidence has really settled. And doubt is not simply asking questions. It's not simply thinking, is this true? In fact, those are really good questions. Every one of us, and once you are in high school or even before that sometimes, you should ask, is this true? I live my life by this. Is this actually true? Do I truly believe this? Not in a way that is challenging Islam, but in a way that you're trying to establish the truth for yourself, not just because you're a born Muslim, not just because your name is a Muslim name. And discovering that for yourself is really important, as we'll see. So we're talking here not about the doubt that makes you go ask your father or your sibling or your friend, how do you know Islam is true? How do I know? I have a question. It's the doubt that brings individuals to the cusp of leaving Islam or altogether abandoning their faith. So it's the doubt that has really shaken the foundations completely. And now they start to have thoughts of, this might not even be for me. I'm not even sure Islam is completely true at all. It's not just curiosity, it's almost denial. It's getting close to, has no utility for me. This doesn't make any sense. So questions like that, this doubt is what we're trying to cure. And the other doubt is natural, and we have answers for that. So we encourage people to ask questions, to be inquisitive, but this doubt is something which affects our Muslim community. And this is why when we try to understand this, we talk about the story of Zayd. This is a hypothetical story of a Muslim. So I hope no one's here Zayd. I'm not talking about you, but it's a hypothetical story of a Muslim who grew up in a Muslim community just like MCC. I grew up in this community. And who memorized the Quran, maybe went to Sunday school. They have a Muslim name. They know a lot of fun facts about the Prophet ﷺ. They might even enjoy going to certain Muslim gatherings. And they love the culture. But they have these deep down doubts that are starting to, pull them this way or that way. I don't know why I did that. Okay. That are starting to pull them this way or that way. So they talk to their parents maybe one day and they get shut down. Maybe they tell them, don't ask these questions. Maybe they tell them, I don't know. And when they go to their Muslim high school, their public high schools or in college, they have very intelligent professors or other people who are not afraid to challenge Islam, who are not afraid to challenge the establishment and to ask these deep questions. And instead of stigmatizing questions, they come with answers. They say that we follow the evidence, that we base our beliefs on pure factual evidence. We don't have any blind faith. And that approach is intriguing. It's exciting. It feels like maybe this is a proper way of understanding truth. So although they are outwardly Muslim, in their community they're Muslims, even maybe with many of their friends, they have other friends that they don't talk about Islam as much. Maybe they change their name in front of. Maybe they have, they don't, they start to ask even deeper questions and start watching YouTube videos of certain people who challenge Islam, maybe popular atheists who speak really well. And eventually you get to a point where, although his name is Zayd, his belief is not there. He is a closet atheist, and that's very common. So he doesn't have the courage yet to break out of the nest and just to tell his parents, I no longer believe in this. Maybe he's afraid of the repercussions, being cast away, being excommunicated from the community. But he knows that Islam is only a cultural thing at best. It's a way of connecting with the people you love. It's not really true. So maybe he eventually accepts that. He's Muslim by culture, and he loves his cultural food and the cultural wear. But inside he knows that miracles are impossible, that God doesn't really exist, and that the Prophet ﷺ was just another man. And this story that I mentioned, the story of Zayd, is very common actually in our communities. And the reason why it's a problem is that you don't know. You can't tell. So you have to be that student. You have to be one of his close friends to really understand that. And there are so many Muslims in our community who, because they are given the right answers, this begins to create a compound effect, right? Where more and more and more start to leave Islam in the shadows, and eventually, as we'll see, they have this coming out moment, or where they actually just break away, and then it's very hard to bring them back. So let's look at how we, what are the causes of this story? What brought Zayd to this situation? So the first thing is poor education, and we'll talk about that today. Poor education, they are not given the proper, adequate answers. So even Muslims, imams sometimes will say, I don't know how to deal with evolution. They themselves say, that's something I don't know. So if the imam doesn't have the answer, then what do you think about parents who haven't studied, who aren't imams, who are busy? Right? Do they have the time to actually go research these things? Do they even have the competence to respond and say, no, I know there's an answer to this. Let's figure it out. Or maybe they just shut down the conversations. This also occurs in public schools, in Muslim schools. So a study in ISNA found that when it came to the STEM sciences, math, science, that they had the best teachers, people who were very adequate. But the Islamic studies teacher was just the local uncle, just someone, maybe a young student of knowledge. Someone who might have some good facts, but there's no depth. There's no real grounding in these sciences. They don't really know theology that well. So you end up you have even in many Muslim schools, right? They're elite in math and science, but when it comes to Islam, they're told just a bunch of stories and very weak evidence. The teacher doesn't even have that confidence as well. So that's another problem. The second thing is the negative representation. This is either from within the family, that challenging is not an option. You cannot challenge these beliefs. You cannot say anything about these beliefs, right? Mentioning even the Prophet's name, and you're not being absolutely, venerating every single sentence, we're not even going to have a conversation. And some of these things come from a good place, right? So it's not to demonize our parents, and it comes from a good place. They are trying to protect their child from, the outside influences, and trying to show a strength in Islam. But many times those intentions have the opposite effect. That's intended. So there's negative representation of Muslims being intolerant, not willing to answer questions. And also, as they look around them, they see, propaganda from the news, all of these public speakers who attack Islam, who say it's backwards. Maybe they even see Muslims who claim Islam, like extremists like ISIS and whatnot, who claim to be Muslim, and they know that that's nothing to do with true Islam. So how do they navigate this? And what circles are they being grouped into without their choice? In many cases, there's also abuse and trauma from people within their family, and more importantly, from religious figures in their community. So spiritual teachers, imams, who we find out later on have had multiple secret marriages, or who were using their authority and their religious and their religiosity and their spiritual insights to get people to work, overly work, or to sacrifice a lot more than they should, and whatnot. So this is a very very widespread problem. We keep hearing these stories that pop up. And a Muslim growing up in the West who say, if these are my leaders, these are my religious examples, what does that say about Islam? So even if that might not be completely objective, it's a powerful producer of doubt. You also have un-Islamic influences, the fact that you actually have people who are Islamophobes, who are literally the far right, anti-Islam, and their goal is to downplay and to attack Islam. So this is online. The idea that you go, half of the videos up there, if you look up Islam, some of them are going to be good, many of them are going to be pure propaganda. Christians who are just blatantly attacking the Prophet ﷺ with no evidence, and they bring a lot of what seems to be factual information. They're trying to cite these hadiths without context. So a Muslim who reads this, is that really in Sahih Bukhari? Is that really what the Quran says? It says, kill all of the disbelievers. Is that really what it says? With no context, with no backing. And these anti-un-Islamic influences begin to erode the yaqeen that they have, that certainty that they have. Also, in general, just the idea of, like a Western lifestyle. The entire West, as we'll see, is built off of this separation from church and state, right? Disconnecting our knowledge and our institutions from religiosity. This level of secularism, it seeps into even our Muslim communities, and we start to think that certain things should be separate, right? That the way you go to school is not the way you go to the mosque, and that, oh, that's what God says, but this is what science says. Muslims might even think this because they've been influenced by this secularism and these ideas that aren't from their tradition, as we'll see. And finally, we have the modern atheist movement, which is a very powerful movement, which we'll talk about today, which is a huge producer of atheism and doubt. So Yaqeen Institute, they did a study, and they wrote a paper on the modern pathways to doubt in Islam. I don't know if you guys can see this well up there. But they found that there were 3 major causes. The first being personal trauma. The second, and that leads to whether that's communal trauma, acute trauma, or prolonged trauma. And they give all these other examples there. Or philosophical and scientific concerns about the truth of Islam, new atheism, evolution, and whatnot. Morality and social norms. So communal problems, social problems. How do we understand the had punishment? How do we understand gender interactions, the transgender movement, right? Are these compatible with Islam? What rights do non-Muslims have, right? Is slavery okay? All of these questions on the social level that lead people to doubt Islam. And in reality, it's very complex. One person might have 1 or 2 from each of these. And it's a culmination of doubts. It's never just usually one problem. That's very rare that you'll find a person, they just have one issue with Islam, and then that took them out of Islam. Because usually that one issue can be found. They figure it out, or they don't, and then that's it. But usually there's a lot that's there. They might say that it's a philosophical concern, but in reality it's abuse. They might say that it's a social concern, but in reality it's just the way their imam, it's actually just the way that science doesn't seem to align with evolution. So to not downplay the complexity of doubt, these 3 sources are really important. And in order to understand them at a very deep level, let's look at the modern atheism movement and its history. Any questions so far? Everything all good? Alhamdulillah? Okay. So if we look at atheism, the history of atheism, there's actually a good book called The Evolution of Atheism. It talks about how it's evolved. And even the word ilhad, which is a modern word for atheism, is in the Quran. But it's not the word, it's not the meaning that we know of today of atheism. Rather, ilhad linguistically just means to turn off the path. Right? So in fact, it means just to, this is a straight path, to go against orthodoxy, or to turn away from what is correct, what is the truth. And this is what we saw in the 17th century, is that atheism, the idea of atheism, was just an opposition of orthodoxy, going against what's considered the status quo of belief. In the 18th century, and there's a history behind this, behind the Enlightenment and the scientific revolution, as we can study this deeper. But it begins to define atheism as deism, which means that, yes, there is a God, an all-powerful God, but he's just the beginning of the universe, right? He just started everything. He started to roll the ball of the universe that just kept going. So a God that's disconnected from the universe. And this is a very important step, because a God that's disconnected from the universe, that's just there at the very beginning, can simply just, as long as you just remove him from the beginning, he's nowhere. But a God who is involved in every single action and every single decision, this is a God that's a lot harder to remove from your life. Right? He's there all the time. In the 19th century, it became agnosticism. People who believe in a God, but they don't call it God. It's just a higher power. We can't define it. And it's not Christianity. And this was when, and then in the 20th century, a explicit denial of Christianity. So kind of the culmination of the Enlightenment to say that, Christianity itself is completely backwards. And that's actually really important, because when we look at beliefs, religions are connected in the fact that we rely on source texts. We have a belief in a necessary, in a being, whether he's supernatural or necessary. We'll talk about that. We believe in his connection to the universe. We believe in that day of judgment. The Abrahamic faiths are very close, even with our disagreements. So when, for example, Bertrand Russell, when he attacks Christianity, and he has this very famous paper named Why I Am Not a Christian. This attack on Christianity, in extension, is an attack on Islam. Because it's not just an attack on Christianity just from very certain points that are only connected to Christianity. He's making a bigger argument, which is that all religious texts are not compatible with progression, with progress, with science, with an objective outlook. So he says, you find as you look around the world that every single bit of progress in human feeling, every improvement in the criminal law, every step toward the diminution of war, every step toward better treatment of the colored races, or every mitigation of slavery, every moral progress that there has been in the world has been consistently opposed by the organized churches of the world. So there's a problem with an organized idea of religion. And we, in Muslims, we don't really have these problems. So many of the responses to Christianity, as we'll see, don't apply to Islam in the sense that we didn't have this approach, against science and whatnot, and against many of the things that Christianity opposed, and the racism that Christianity had, this idea of Christian hegemony that kind of took over the world. So Muslims don't really have this dark history as much, but as he says, I say quite deliberately that the Christian religion, as organized in its churches, has been and is still the principal enemy of moral progress in the world. So by extension, all religion is the principal enemy of moral progress. It's holding you back in the dark ages. And that's what, so if you want to be a moral, good person in the modern age, you have to reject religion, let go of the shackles of religion. And this is the messaging that he has. So in the 21st century, we have what we now consider atheism. If I were to ask you what you believe atheism is, how you understand it, it's the denial of religion as a whole. Right? There's no, we're not even talking about God. Religion itself is useless, and it's evil, and it's backwards. So it's not just God, it's all of religion. And that even arguments to say that, religion's good for societies and whatnot, even those are not good arguments. So let's look at key themes of this modern atheist movement. The first is very aggressive criticism. So in the past, atheism, it was a lot more subdued. People would challenge, but it would be, you could say, softer. It wasn't, they weren't immediately just denying all religion. They would bring contradictory facts and show that that these things contradict each other, but there was never this brazen, outright just rejection of all religion and saying that religion is evil. They didn't do this. So one of the very key themes of modern atheism is that they're not afraid to say that religion is evil. They're not afraid, and we'll see very clearly how an example of that. The second thing is scientism, right? That science is the ultimate measure of truth, as we'll talk about. And third, there's this idea of coming out, that you have to outwardly express your rejection of religion. It's not enough for you just to not accept it in your heart. You have to bring it out. You have to show people. And they had, the modern atheist movement was built upon many different articles and an entire history of opposing religion, but really four key writers, scientists, some of them being neurologists, another a reporter, and some into history. They call themselves the Four Horsemen. So Richard Dawkins, the most famous of them still today, he wrote the God Delusion, which is a very powerful book, actually. The rhetoric in there is very powerful. And it's meant to really break your ideas of religion, the connection to it. Right? So he really challenges you in that book. So it's not a good book to read if you're not ready. So sometimes Muslims get this idea of curiosity. Curiosity killed the cat. It does. If you're not ready, right? It's good to ask questions, but to people who are trained, right? You don't go trying to discover if Islam's true reading Richard Dawkins, right? That's how you just fall right into into disbelief. Christopher Hitchens, and you see this brazen attack. He says God is not great. So in what we say, Allahu Akbar, God is great. He wrote a book named God is Not Great in response. Sam Harris, The End of Faith, and Daniel Dennett, Darwin's Dangerous Idea. He was really into evolution and how evolution undermined religion. Now, although today these four figures and this idea of modern atheism has kind of died down in its popularity, it was very popular in the early 2000s, 2010. Now, some of these figures have actually passed away. Others have kind of fallen out of popularity. Like Sam Harris is now considered, it's like a laughingstock a bit. But the idea is that the work and the damage was done. So they set the foundation, the groundwork for a vibrant and powerful movement against religion, a new atheist movement that outlasted them. And they did this with a lot of effort, and given many interviews, writing their works. Of course, they wrote many books, each of them. And being, as we mentioned, very aggressive in their attacks, right? So if you look at Richard Dawkins today, if you see a couple of his interviews, right, he's very aggressive when it comes to attacking Islam and Christianity. He won't accept any middle ground, right? So even someone like Jordan Peterson was talking about the utility of religion in the fact that it provides you stories, moral stories and whatnot, and that these things are real from the perspective of them being a myth and whatnot. He didn't even want to accept that. He wants to basically throw all the religion out completely. We just want to rid ourselves from religion. We just wipe our hands. Let's not talk about it anymore. It's just an evil and ancient thing. So the second thing, as we mentioned before, the second pillar is scientism. And scientism looks at science as the benchmark of truth. So if you look at if you were to investigate, does God exist? That's a question. They will say that that's actually a scientific question. It's a scientific question. Does God exist? So if we can't find evidence in science, then that's a useless claim. It's not backed by evidence. And they use the language of science to prove everything. Right? So science the language of mathematics, that's actually incorrect. The language of mathematics to prove all of their scientific conclusions. And their strongest weapon is evolution. Why is evolution their strongest weapon? The modern atheists, this is their strongest weapon against religion and Abrahamic faith. The main reason is because in our beliefs, we reject that Adam was evolved. We believe that he was created directly. And we'll talk about evolution in this seminar. So their main proof is that, look, we can talk about whether or not God exists and these different arguments and whatnot. And that can get very philosophical. It's more difficult. But if I can just show you very clearly that evolution is scientific fact, that it's been it's basically agreed upon in science, the canon of science. And I also show you that your religions are categorically saying that Adam did not evolve. This is an immediate contradiction. So they cannot be true at the same time. And this is why Dawkins himself said, you're either a Christian or you're a scientist. That was a famous thing he said. You're either a Christian or a scientist. What he's trying to say is you either hold on to Christianity, and that's good, and you don't do science, or you do science, you be objective, you be fair, and you reject Christianity because there's no, it's completely contradicts science. So religious texts are scientifically correct. And if religious texts are scientifically correct, then all of Revelation is incorrect. Right? If we can show that Revelation is backwards, then we don't really need it. It's not useful. It's not true. Right? So maybe some things coincidentally they got right, but religion as a whole is not true. And their strategy, the new atheists, is to discredit religion on three fronts. The first front is through the texts, so the religious texts. So to show the text, the Quran, and to say, look how backwards this is. Look how look how ancient this is. Look how it contradicts our scientific conclusions. Look how unfair this is, right? So, many modern questions that they'll hold on to, and they'll say, oh, look, the had punishments. If you steal, your hand is chopped off, right? And this is, cut their hand, right? In the Quran. So look how barbaric this is, right? This text is completely backwards. The second thing is their institutions. So they'll attack, Muslim, mosques, communities, any type of institution that's trying to do good for Islam, right? They will try to discredit it, say that it's not objective, right? Try to even apply legal force, in communities to shut down initiatives. So the whole idea we saw in Texas with the Epic Mosque, you're creating a community of like a terrorist, you want to establish Sharia law. They never said they wanted to establish Sharia law. But this is the idea that this institution is bad. They're going to establish Sharia law and start cutting our hands. And everyone's going to be walking around in a niqab. And so this type of rhetoric is attacking our institutions. And finally, the leaders, the religious leaders. But number one, pointing out and holding us to our faults. So when we see the scandals that happen, right, pointing these out. But then also just showing how uneducated many of our leaders are. If they're not very versed in science, right, they'll make them a laughing stock, right? They'll humiliate them in a debate. And this is actually why you talk about the modern dawah movement. Have you guys seen like the modern dawah online? This is very, in many ways, anti-Islamic in what you would consider like a traditional approach to da'wah, which is very calm and there's adab and akhlaq. But why do they have this kind of response? Because they're dealing with a huge wave of people who are attacking, the Muslims and their leaders with ad hominem attacks, right? Saying how backwards they are. They're not being fair. So the modern Muslim dawah scene has kind of grown in this, we're going to fight fire with fire, right? If you're going to insult me, Muhammad Hijab, for example, said, right? If you're going to come to me and insult me and insult the Prophet ﷺ in front of my face, I'm going to insult you. I'm not going to play nice. Now, whether or not that's a valid and correct approach, that's a different discussion. But this is the response. This is you could say like the natural conclusion, right? So if you're going to go out there and do these public debates and just ridicule Muslims, then we're going to do the same thing, and we're going to make atheists and Christians a laughing stock of people who are educated, like smart and intellectual. And that's kind of where we're at today. So you'll see that a lot of times they don't have good adab. They're very rough around the edges. They'll just attack them. They'll insult them. They'll bring up their relationships, right? Make fun of their wives and stuff like that. That's not Islamic, right? So we shouldn't do this. But it's this type of environment today. If you go out there in the dawah and you get involved, this is what you're going to feel. This is how you're going to. It's not going to be. The atheists aren't coming from a purely objective. Let's have a conversation. They have a goal, they have a strategy, and it's to discredit religion and to destroy it. It's not to have good conversations. Now, the third theme that we mentioned to the modern atheist movement is this idea of coming out. So this is a website, and we'll talk about this, but they want to build a community of atheists. They want to break away from the closet atheists. They want everyone to come together. Look, you're an atheist, great. Come together, right? We hope you'll join us. Right? Come to our community lectures. We'll provide you resources. Just as we had a convert yesterday, mashallah, who became Muslim in MCC at Jummah, right? So he gets sent an email with all of this packet of all these resources, right? If you need financial aid, here's the Sunday halaqah, Fajr halaqah. We have a lot of resources for people who enter Islam. It's the same idea, right? So if you want to enter our religion, that's not a religion, if you want to enter the modern atheist movement, we'll make it really easy and appealing for you to do so. You're not going to feel alone. So to develop a positive identity, no, you're not being sacrilegious, right? You're not rejecting the truth and tradition. You're being a fair, open-minded person. You're following your truth and you're doing the right thing, right? This is the best thing for you to do, and to leave that backward religion in the dust. So they really prey on Muslims on the edge, people who are Muslim but who have these deep doubts, and they will encourage them, also almost recruit them to just make a very rash decision. So the idea won't be to take your time, of course, and look at the evidence, weigh the evidence, right? To go on a journey of self-discovery. It's very clear, if this seems backwards to you, just say it. Just say it right away, right? Don't keep going to the dhikrs. Don't keep going to the mosque. Just tell your parents, I'm an atheist. I don't do this anymore, right? And that's the response. That's kind of the attitude that we see today from many of the youth, right? Is that they are not afraid to challenge their culture and their family identity, and these, because they are being bolstered and pushed forward by this modern atheist movement. So if you look at this this website, if you can look, American Atheists, so their goal is to create strong community, and they have an entire network. And this is just one of the many websites online for a community of atheism. You can look these up and see they do a lot of work, and they have these four tenets, right? Activism, right? Community, education, and service. So if you look at this, you think like, oh wow, this resembles like a Muslim community, right? This is like how Muslims think. We're trying to get involved in activism, defend Palestine, community, strong education, and then serve one another, right? This is Islamic. But they're spinning this from a purely un-Islamic, atheist, right, viewpoint. So look how you can see how harmful this is, right? We think that we sometimes think that we still live in a bubble, that our communities are protected, and that, right, people are going to be tolerant and they're going to look at it like we're all Muslims and we can never break out of this. But if you look around, we have many other communities. We're in such a diverse land. And just as we have this bubble of our community, they have the atheist bubble or the Christian bubble. And the atheist bubble and these other bubbles are getting stronger, and their communities are getting, so they have a place to go, they leave. And that's very dangerous, right? Because in the past, in a Muslim society, for example, if someone actually wanted to leave, it would be a problem, right? They wouldn't have anywhere to go. They'd have to face these questions. They wouldn't be able just to reject Islam and then find a community the next day, right? And find a whole new group of friends, right? So let's keep going. Any questions so far? Alhamdulillah. No, this is like, so we're doing the toughest part first. We gotta look at the evil first before we go to the light, inshallah. But it's important to know this because we have to know what's working on us and our communities in order to face it and to defend Islam. All right, so let's look at the anti-Islamic narrative, and this is something that has been building up since the 20th century. So the idea that we have a positive identity of leaving Islam. Why I am not a Muslim. Ayaan Hirsi Ali, very famous, right? She's infidel. My life. So this is my life story. This is my autobiography. Look how I improved and I grew and I went through this journey to leave Islam. This is the idea. The illusion of harmony. Why there is no God. The atheist Muslim. Ali A. Rizvi. And then the curse of God. The curse of God. And many of these people are very active on social media. So the idea is that they're not just writing these books, they're very vocal. They produce a lot of material, and all of it is connected to challenging the establishment, breaking out from the shackles of religion, and a positive attitude towards this journey that they had, that we broke away. So you can see throughout the years, right, they've been publishing these works, and this is not maybe as scientific and as strong academically as the Four Horsemen, the God delusion and whatnot, but this is like the personal level, right? People who are coming out and saying, look, I left Islam, I'm just like you. I was a Muslim, I have a Muslim name, and I left Islam, I did it, I had the courage, you should do it too. Right? And they're writing these works to build on that narrative. Okay. So what are the themes that we see? Freedom of thought and belief. So freedom of expression, freedom of thought with belief. This idea of freedom of belief in the Middle East as well, right? Like there's another organization, Arabs Without God, right? So we the Arabs, we had the Prophet sent to us, so we inherited this tradition, Islam, right? Islam was our religion, and now we're breaking away. We can finally rid ourselves from that tradition that we had, right? Because they're Arabs. Freedom of speech, freedom of thought, challenging the establishment, being brave, having courage, and thinking of Islam as a religion as a problem. So Ayaan Hirsi Ali, for example, sat with she now like converted to Christianity, but she sat with Richard Dawkins and said that we have this vacuum, a religious vacuum in the U.S., and it's being filled by Islam. So this needs to be fought. This is a problem, right? That this vacuum is being filled by Islam. And that's why we see today that the strongest growing, fastest growing religion in the world is Muslims, and in America as well. So there's idea of independence as well. All of these themes, and I'm going deep into this to show you, right, that they are connected to these moral themes, these ideas that are good, right? It's good to be brave. It's good to have independence. But in what way, right? Is rejecting your belief and just challenging, is that what we taught? Is that how we define bravery? Is that how we define, like critical thinking and strong independence? Freedom of thought is just to attack the Prophet ﷺ and say he's this and that. Is that how we define freedom of speech? So these are many of the themes within this movement. So there's a very important report by this organization called the Ex-Muslims of North America, and they investigate the characteristics, experiences, and beliefs of North American ex-Muslims. So they want to research this phenomenon of Muslims leaving Islam in the West. And they have a bunch of really important surveys, and it's good to look at these. So for example, the age of apostasy. We see that most of the people who apostated are within their 17 to 20, so 22. So through college. So college, as we see for some reason, and we'll talk about why, is leading people to leave Islam. People are leaving Islam in college. And then the next group is right after college. So maybe they did a master's, maybe they're now working. These young professionals are leaving Islam. And it's this age where there's post-university, they feel this independence, maybe they're living alone, and their education in college has destroyed their idea of Islam. So this is not to say that one shouldn't go to college, you have to, but in many cases. But it's to say, look at how when these people are now in an age where they're reflecting, they're on their own, how this leads most of the people who leave Islam are in this age. It's not people way later. So it's the young generation. And most of them had a bachelor's degree, right? So not, they're educated, they know their science, they know these ideas, but they haven't gone, necessarily not beyond that as much, but they're educated. So it's this idea of the young, educated mind that now rejects Islam, right? Now that you're educated and you're independent, you can go to the science lectures, you can understand these books. Now you can think for yourself and leave Islam. And let's look at some of the reasons for apostasy that they said. So, conflict between Islam and human rights. Right? So, a major contributing factor and a primary factor. So, human rights, this is the social area that we said, very important. Between Islam and science, that's the second one. So, you see human rights and science. Those are the two most important ones. Logical contradictions, these are a major contributing factor. Internal inconsistencies, feeling disconnected from the Muslim community, and other non-religious reasons. Notice how feeling disconnected from the Muslim community is not a factor really, because many of these people are still very connected. The story of Zayd is that they're still coming to the mosque, they're still coming to Jama'ah, but they don't believe in Islam. So we see that many of these individuals are also questioning Islam for years. It takes time. So how are we not solving this problem? How are we not giving people the correct answers if they're thinking about these questions for years? It's not something, despite all the efforts to say just leave Islam right away, because they're so connected to their communities, how are we not giving them the answers for many years before they leave Islam, right? There's a long period of time where they are still there, still in the community, and we can still connect to them before they actually make that final step. So the crisis, as yes.
Yeah, I think this is actually a really interesting study because I went to college in the US as well, and I could relate to all of this.
Mhm.
What's interesting in they having done this because you require a long period of time is that how many of those people who leave Islam usually come back to it
Mm.
in their 40s or 50s or something.
You're right. Yeah.
And I've seen that happen to a bunch of my friends who
Yeah.
then became like card-carrying atheists.
Yeah.
When they had kids, their families, they're now in the mosque and they are as Islamic as you can get.
Subhanallah.
So I think that circle you got to figure out because you are in this very rebellious phase in your life,
Yes.
and then you realize that a lot of the atheism and agnosticism, these are all empty things.
Mhm.
They actually require more belief of faith than believing in religion.
Yes.
Believing in God is a higher leap of faith
Yeah.
than believing in one. So they kind of come back to it, and
Absolutely.
that's what's missing from this study. It's a very interesting.
Absolutely. I mean, this is this is an atheist study, and you're right. The idea of the lack of meaning and trying to solve these deeper questions that come once people have many kids and they're older, that absolutely leads people back to Islam, and that's why, as you said, most of these people are not old, right? So,
That's also very important for our youth that if we find people who have left Islam,
mhm.
be very compassionate and empathetic with them
Yes,
because that's what they need because you know there is a very high likelihood that they're going to come back. So don't close the doors.
absolutely, absolutely, and that's the most important thing is that, as you said, is that one of the main reasons stigmatization. This really pushes people away because even if they aren't accepting of the ideas and the answers that we give them, the number one thing that's going to pull them back is our good character. It's the fact that they still feel that they have a home in the mosque. But I was just with someone else, and he was like a scholar, and he was saying that his daughter left Islam. This was like a Shaykh. And he said that he cut her off completely. He said he never wants to see you again in my life. And the question is like, how does that help, right? If we truly understand belief as life, Allah gives us life through belief. Right? It's a form of life, and it's not the real death, right? Because we know we're going to be resurrected and go to paradise. So the real death is losing your iman. Then why would we ever make ourselves a barrier for them coming back to life? We have to be as open as possible and wanting them and having a good and encouraging them and making dua for them to come back, right? That we have to be their lifeline, as you said. So it's absolutely true that many come back to Islam. They have this problem, this phase. But just as like other phases, maybe they have a phase, they tried drugs or maybe they're not as religious when it comes to the opposite gender. These have greater consequences, right? Because of the fact that you're actually leaving Islam completely and you're not guaranteed to come back. So how do we stop them? How do we protect youth in colleges and universities from leaving Islam? And what is the answer? And that's the main question we're looking at today. Okay, so the crisis is that 55% of the people who leave Islam, and it said that, yes, sorry. Mhm. Mm. Mm. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, education is the easiest step in the sense that once we're trying to look at like the fastest thing, the quickest thing you can do to bring them back is just to teach them, right? That Islam is true, and we have arguments and we have these proofs. The other examples, like maybe social problems or abuse, these are harder. But most of the people who have problems, many of them, as we saw, it's because of like philosophical concerns, like real doubts, and these doubts can be cured very easily, right? So it's not necessarily something connected to their emotions as much. And then in that case, we need to just, education has to be number one. From a young age, Muslims do pretty good with young kids of getting them in the mosque and making them love Islam and love the Prophet. I think most Muslims grew up in a way that they love the Prophet, so they love Islam. And that's really good. But then once they get to that age of 12 until through college, this is when you have to start to be very intentional with your education. It doesn't just suffice just to put them in a Sunday school where they just talk about the seerah and different things. You have to give them these proofs and start to introduce them to them, especially the ages of 14. And the reason why, so what's my background? I run a seminary in Toronto where I live for youth, the ages 14 to 18. And the goal is that when you get them at this age, at 14, their minds are still open. They still have this sense of innocence, even if they're in public high school. And they're really receptive to looking into Islam and to understanding these things. We find that once they get to college, it's a lot harder because now they have this identity and they're not afraid, or not even not afraid. It's like they're not as willing to just change who they are. So if their identity now has become, I don't like Islam, or I have these problems, now it's a lot harder to convince them that Islam is true or to show them the proofs as much. They're not as receptive. So really the secret age is between 14 and 18, when they're still in your household really, and when they still respect authority and they respect their parents and they're open to learning. Then once you get to college, most of the influences are going to come from their friends or from like lectures and talks that people give, but usually not from their parents. So on an educational level, as parents, we really have to focus on the 12 to 16, 17. These years are absolutely crucial. Absolutely crucial. So 1 in 4 Muslims of Americans raised in the West, raised as Muslims, no longer identify as Muslims. They leave Islam. And the number is even higher for converts. I believe it's something like 66% of converts leave Islam because for them, they don't have that community, that connection. They weren't raised as Muslims. Now, 55% of them, half of them, have no identity with any religion. So this is the problem. This is the modern atheist. The fact that they're not just saying, oh, I think Christianity is more convincing. They just say, no, religion itself is just gone. They want to just completely disconnect themselves. 22% Christian and 21 with the smaller groups of Hinduism, Judaism, and other, generally spiritual types. So the problem is that, we have a lot of Muslims in our community. You're talking about 1 in 4, right? And if you look at your own community, your own family, even if you come from a big family, maybe many of them haven't actually left Islam, but which of them do you think have these doubts? Which of them are vulnerable? And it might not be so obvious, right? It might not be so obvious. So really we have to look at all of our youth, everyone in our family, and say that we need to give you the answers. We need to, give you this intellectual armor for your Islam, and not just kind of pick out the kids who we think are having doubts. Sometimes we have no idea. But if it's 1 in 4, that means that there might be people, even within our family, may Allah protect us, who are questioning Islam, because 1 in 4 that's a high percentage of people who leave Islam. That's very high. Yes.
I think 1 in 4 are the ones who are openly leaving Islam.
Yeah.
The other 3, maybe 2 out of 4 are just closet
Atheists. Yeah. It's high. They're closet, or they have major problems, because we have to understand that atheism doesn't have to mean rejecting all of the tenets of faith. It can simply mean that thinking the Prophet ﷺ was an immoral person. That by itself, traditionally we say, oh, that's kufr and what that. No. But if you think about it, even on like at a intellectual level, that is half of our belief. So if someone sure believes in God, but they don't like the Prophet ﷺ, that's a big problem. Or they can't explain these questions. And usually it comes to the fact that they just don't have the confidence in answering these questions or knowing that there are answers. They don't think there are answers. So that was actually, I asked the seminar I did, the students at the end of the year, I said, what was the number one takeaway you took from this course? Like, what was the thing you benefit from the most? They said, the fact that I know that there are answers. Because none of them, if you tested them, could, oh, here's a contingency argument, premise A, premise 2, premise, they can't do this. That's difficult. You have to be very trained. But they were exposed to the answers from someone who knew them well, who had confidence in them. So now they have the confidence to know that there is an answer, that there's someone they can go ask. And that way, when an answer comes or when a question comes, a doubt comes, someone who sounds very intelligent in their high school, they don't immediately just try to figure out themselves. They just go back to their teacher. They go back to that relationship they had with their parents or whoever was teaching them these answers. That's what we want to give our students, just that confidence and that connection. I'm not sure if they did an age group. I think they did. You can check it. If you look up the Pew Research, What Informed Muslims Leave Islam, they have a website with all the information. I can look that up. I'll look that up in the break and see, inshallah. I just don't remember on the top of my head. Mm-hmm. 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 Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, you're right in the sense that education is very complex. You have to be precise, because otherwise, if you go through a stage of just a lot of trial and error, you might not come to the right conclusions. And that's what I'm saying. Just relying on your friends or YouTube, you might get the right video, you might get the completely wrong video, and that can change everything. You might even think it's a good answer. So I've had people come and say, "Oh yeah, this is like, look at this answer. This is like such a strong answer. This will beat the atheist." And it's like a Christian answer, which means that it's leading you to believe in Christian in how the Christians understand God and whatnot. So there are problems in the answer and you don't even realize. So you're absolutely right. Yes. Absolutely. Absolutely. That's correct. I was working in Sacramento actually, and I had a student, or not a student, a guy come to me at a Ramadan iftar, and he said, "I'm an atheist." And he was a convert. And I said, "Oh, can you tell me your story? Like, I'd love to hear why you left Islam, why you joined Islam, and why you left Islam." So he said, I was always interested in science and into mathematics and like philosophy. And I had these deeper questions about existence and these things. So I went to my local mosque, and the Imam just told me to make tawbah. The Imam just said, just say astaghfirullah, just say astaghfirullah for having these doubts. That might be a good answer for a young, like maybe like a really young child, right? Or for oneself when they know that they are on the straight path, and then these doubts come, they just say astaghfirullah, like just get this out of my head. But for someone who is genuinely questioning Islam, that's a completely wrong answer. So this type of stigmatization, stigmatism, going against them, attacking them, shutting them down, everything you mentioned is what can lead people to leave Islam. And that's a real story. He left Islam because of that. He said they don't have the answers. They just want me to like make dhikr and think it's going to be okay. So he didn't accept that as an intellectual, as we said. So absolutely right. You're absolutely right. So I just looked at the website. I don't see anything about the exact number. They said they're adults, but I can look more, inshallah, later on and see if maybe they have some more information about the study. Okay. All right, so let's go back to the problems we talked about: the philosophical and scientific concerns, social and moral concerns, personal trauma, and emotional concerns. We are going to respond to these problems today and in this course, in this seminar, inshallah. So let's look at our solution. What's the solution? The solution is what we call the house of Iman. The house of Iman, the picture might be a little hard to see, but this is built off of three main approaches. The first is why Islam is true, and this is a response to the philosophical concerns. So establishing that Islam is true, that Prophet ﷺ existed, that we have rational evidence for God's attributes, that Islam does not contradict science. All of these questions are done and Islam is true. You have to give your children, or we have to give the people in our community the absolute, a full, comprehensive approach to knowing why Islam is true. They can say Islam is true. Then the second thing, we mentioned the social and moral concerns. These are usually, once they know Islam is true, these are cured by loving the Prophet ﷺ. That's the pillar. So learning about the Prophet ﷺ, his beauty, the beauty of his life, his morals, his ethics. And when you learn who he is, and in that context, then a lot of these questions kind of fade away. Because now you can approach them from the perspective of who the Prophet ﷺ is and how he's understanding these things, and how they should be understood with the correct context, not how other people are framing them, right? So when you know who the Prophet ﷺ is, and then you understand, for example, the had punishment, you're not going to understand it as just some barbaric thing against, like all progress and whatnot. You're going to understand, what is the wisdom behind this? How would someone like the Prophet ﷺ actually understand this and advocate for this? What does this really mean? So from that perspective, all of these things can then be placed properly and not misrepresented. So that second thing is the second pillar is loving the Prophet ﷺ. And the third is purifying the heart. Purifying the heart, what we mean by this is cultivating a spiritual connection to Islam, to God. And the reason why is because we know in our tradition that all mental health, for the most part, and on many of our problems, it stems from our heart, right? So the famous hadith that there's a part of your body, a part of you, which if it is sound, the rest of you is sound. And if it is corrupted, the rest of you is corrupted. That's the heart. The idea that, yes, we can respond to these issues, yes, with like a mental health clinic and these things to abuse, but there are a lot of these issues that stem from people just being in having a bad relationship with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Spiritually, they're not in the right place. So when something goes wrong, instead of having tawakkul and reliance and patience, they blame Allah. They think, why me? They start to challenge God. That's a spiritual question, right? They might still believe Islam is true, but their emotions, these states that come over them, are now making them doubt God's love of them and God's kindness. So these are not philosophical concerns. They're not real concerns. They're emotional states that people have, maybe emotional, or diseases of the hearts that come up. And this has to be treated by purifying one's heart. So making Islam a lived practice, not just something which is cultural, inherited, something that they actually find this beautiful connection with. When they pray, that prayer really means something to them. They see the beauty of Islam. They really feel it in their lives. And when that happens, even if negative things occur and people wrong them, they're never going to connect the trauma that they had or bad experiences with the truth of Islam. There are bad people in the world and bad things happen to people. But whether or not that affects, whether or not Islam is true or not, does not depend on bad people and bad people's actions, right? We have to be able to separate these things. But people can have a hard time with this because their spirituality and their state of their heart, their connection with Islam, whether or not they found any beauty in Islam or not, is not there. So really this is important because when we talk about a belief system, like what are we looking for in a belief system? We're looking at the fruits that it bears, right? Like not just that it's true, but also what it does for you, right, as an individual. So what does Islam do for you? How does it help you? How does it make you a better person? These are questions we should ask. And this is connected to our spiritual state, meaning where our heart is at, how we've connected to the Quran, how we've purified our bad quality, our negative qualities, and adorned ourselves with beautiful qualities, and then built up akhlaq and character that then does da'wah by itself. Now, once these three, these why Islam is true, love of the Prophet ﷺ, and then purifying the heart are established, then you can defend Islam. Then you can defend the Prophet ﷺ and you can defend the Quran from all of its attacks. But without these pillars and without the structure, you're going to end up making mistakes. You're going to end up making either mistakes on the philosophical grounds. You're trying to talk about something about the Quran, but you haven't even established that God exists. How are you going to have a conversation about that? You're trying to talk about this a certain moral question, but you don't really know who the Prophet ﷺ is. You have no idea the context of revelation. So the reason why you're misunderstanding all of these ayahs is because you don't know who the Prophet ﷺ was. You don't know the context that the ayahs were revealed in. You don't understand the history behind it. These are all really important to defending Islam and defending the Quran. So that's the roof, right? The roof of a strong house of Iman is able to defend these criticisms and these attacks on Islam, but from the ground up. And you can build this house of Iman in individuals, right? In individuals, you give them these foundations. And then that will lead them to this community safety net. So whether or not they're going to university, the madrasa, Islamic schools, convert care, mosques, halaqas, homeschooling, prison da'wah, whatever you do as a community is going to be grounded. It's going to be protected, right? They'll always have that backbone to go back to, that lifeline to return to if a doubt comes up. If they themselves can even, maybe they can defend Islam themselves, but the community as a whole can be very effective, right? So how do we do this? We engage in proactive education. We give our students and our children the education and the resources that they need to build these three pillars. We create a community of people who are learning and building this house of Iman within themselves as well. And then we reach out to people. We connect to people that we maybe have lost touch with, people we think need help, people who could benefit, and we share the information that we have. We teach them, we give them resources, right? This is how we can start to enact change, how we can, fight this movement and protect Islam for the next generations. Okay, so any questions about the history of atheism, the modern atheist movement, and these responses before we begin? Because we're gonna now begin with the first pillar, which is why Islam is true. So the goal of this seminar is we're going to look at this first pillar really well, why Islam is true, and we'll give you all the arguments you need to understand this. And that's going to be good because this pillar is kind of hard to only do on your own. It's good to do it with a teacher. The second two, I'm going to give you resources to access, because these take longer. Learning discovering the Prophet ﷺ is not something you can just do in one day. And purifying your heart is not something you can just do in one day. It takes time. So I'll give you the resources for that. And then with this framework, we will then respond to many of the modern doubts, inshallah. Yes. I think they said it was working when they checked, but I'm not sure because. Okay, let's see. Let me check now. I'll check right now. The last time I checked, it wasn't. Let's see. Yeah, it's still saying that it's not working. It's saying video unavailable or restricted. I'm not sure why. Okay. Khair. Bismillah. All right. So I'm not sure, but we'll have to keep going. So let's continue. For why Islam is true, we have 4 major arguments. 4 major arguments. So the first is the contingency argument for God's existence. The second is the design argument. Third is the oneness argument, and the fourth is a genuine messenger argument. These are proofs. I say argument just because it can be structured on an argument, but they're proofs. And these are Quranic proofs. So we're not relying on Aristotelian logic to get here. These are proofs that are in the Quran, and I will show you where they are in the Quran. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us how to come to these conclusions just by reflecting on the universe and reading the Quran. So these are really easy to share in every community, right? Because some people, they don't like logic, some people don't, right? You have to accept the Quran as a Muslim, and these are in the Quran. So let's go through each of these together, and inshallah, this is going to be the most important part. So we have to, focus and ask as many questions as you want, inshallah. Okay, so the contingency argument, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, verily in the creation of the heavens and the earth, the succession of night and day, and the ships that sail the sea with profit for mankind, the rain which God sends down from the sky, then gives life therewith to the earth after its death, the animals of all kinds that he scatters through the earth, the changing of the winds and the clouds that they swirl between the sky and the earth, and all of these are surely great and numerous signs for those who reflect. So Allah says, ayah, a sign. He wants us to reflect on these things. What are we reflecting on? This is just our day. We're looking at the universe. We're looking at things that are changing and moving in our universe and in our world. And this is going to be the basis of our argument for contingency. So it's very simple. We say that the universe is contingent. What does that mean, contingent? It means that we see that everything in this ayah, everything around us depends on something else. We see that the leaves, which change color, we look for an answer. When we look at rain, we say, why do we have rain? Maybe from the clouds, from condensation, from the sun, evaporation. We look to answers. This is the basis of all scientific inquiry, is asking why. So contingency is something that we look at in everything around us. We see that this could be different. How did we get here? Why is this the case? Like, why is this cloth blue? Would anyone say that this was blue just because? Like, just for no reason this cloth was blue? Or that for no reason at all, right? For no reason at all, right? That chair is black, or that I'm from America, we're here. We have answers to these questions because we immediately see that they could be different, that it depends on something else. And this is something that we can view and we can see in everything that exists. We can see whether or not it's contingent or not. We see it immediately, actually. And this is actually why one of the scholars said that you can show a young child that God exists just by throwing a pillow at him. Because when you throw a pillow at him, what's he going to do? He looks back to see who threw the pillow. Where did this come from? How did this get here? That's very intuitive, even at a young age. Right? Why didn't he just say, it just came from nowhere? It has no cause. This pillow has no cause. Like, it has no cause. Right? So the fact that he knew that this was contingent, that it depended on something, it came from somewhere, is very intuitive. And it actually returns to the origin of all thought, of all of all experience, of perception, returns to these principles that underlie contingency. The second premise is that everything that is contingent depends on necessary being. And we're going to explain this, meaning that everything which could be different, that depends on something, actually needs a necessary being for it to exist, for it to be there, for it to be the way that it is. Because otherwise it leads to many problems, as we'll see. Therefore, the universe needs a necessary being. Okay, so that's the simple argument. Very simple here. Let's look at some of the details. So if I look at something which is contingent, and I say, what is the answer? Why is this the case? I look at the rain, and I say, oh, it's because of the clouds. And maybe, how did the clouds get water? Oh, because of evaporation. And how did evaporation? Well, from the seas, and then from the sun. Where did the sun come from? Oh, nuclear fusion. If I start to create this chain of dependencies, of things which are different, which are contingent, I go from the seed to the sprout to the tree. I am creating what we see as a line of dependencies. A line of dependencies. A depends on B depends on C, and C depends on D. So what is the problem with this picture here? Can anyone see the problem? There's a problem here. Okay, yes? Nothing knocked over A. Okay, so let's just assume that it's already it's leaning back on something. There's a problem. The problem is that if we did an example here, and I had a bunch of us stand up and lean back on each other, right? So I depend on you, and you depend on me, and you depend on the person behind you, and we keep going back. What will happen if the last person just leans back? They just all fall to the ground. What do you need? You need someone who is standing on their own, who's not leaning back on anything else, who's not depending on anything else. It's a very intuitive idea that whenever we have a contingency, something which is dependent on something else, we need something which is intrinsic to itself, which is necessary, which doesn't depend on anything else. And that's what we call the necessary being. The necessary being is simply that which doesn't depend on anything else, which doesn't rely, doesn't need anything else. So just by seeing one simple thing, anything in the universe, one thing that I know is contingent, I can immediately infer that there has to have been a necessary being. Because otherwise, the only other conclusions could be that it just happened by itself. It's the way that it is for no reason. And no one will accept this. Everyone, even scientists, will say this is absurd, right? That the leaf is the way that it is just because. Like there's no reason. And when they say this about the entire universe, they're simply avoiding the question. So this idea of a brute fact, they're not actually they're actually not actually engaging in a conversation. They're just saying it is just because they don't want to think about the absurdity of saying that like a chain of dependencies goes, just began from nowhere. That you have things which are dependent and now it just came from nowhere. I don't care what you say. You could say it's, dark matter, and that's right, or the Big Bang. You have to give something. Just to say that it came from nothing is very absurd and philosophically untenable. And atheists realize this themselves, right? This is why, Lawrence Krauss, he's a famous atheist, when he had his idea that the universe came from nothing, scientists themselves critiqued him and said, your nothing is not really nothing, because you're saying it came from a quantum field and there's dark matter. Well, dark matter and quantum field, that's something. That's not pure nothingness. So it did come from something, right? Like just on the outward. So we need a necessary being. The other solution is that it goes on for eternity. But the problem is that you cannot have an endless line of dependencies because you're simply avoiding the question. If I say, for example, right, like how did this person who's leaning back right now get here? Like why is he leaning back? How is he being held up? How is he being held up? And you just said, well, the person behind him for eternity, for infinity. You wouldn't believe this because that's actually untenable. When we have a set of causes and effects, we need a beginning to cause and effect. You're not going to get any cause without any effect without a cause. So the origin of cause and effect shows us that this chain of dependencies could not have gone on forever. And we can look at this a deeper level as well, and go deeper into this, the impossibility of a real infinity and whatnot. But a simple illustration is that if I had $1 and I said, "Here, I'm gonna give you the $1," and you said, "Okay," someone asks you for the $1, so I say, "Okay, let me go get it from me," and I say, "Well, I need to get the $1 from someone else." And the other person says, I need to get the $1 from someone else. And I said, that goes on for infinity. Would we ever get the $1? So the fact that we have $1 means that someone had it. Otherwise, we wouldn't get the $1. So the idea is that if you actually go back into infinity, everything just falls down. There would be nothing then. But the fact that we do have something, we have a dollar, that the universe is here in front of us, it's contingent, we can't deny that it's here in front of us. This shows us that there had to have been a necessary being. So even scientists for the longest time believed in this. And then they investigated, what is that necessary being? Is that the Christian God? Is it the Muslim? What does this necessary being mean? And that's even in many modern debates, they'll say, yes, I'll believe it. I'll concede that we need a necessary being, but that's not your God. They'll say, that's not your God, right? That's not Jesus, right? Like, your necessary being is not Jesus. So how do we understand God in Islam? In fact, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when we look at as Muslims, our definition of God is simply the necessary being, the one who doesn't depend on anything else. And all of the other attributes of rizq and al-razaq and al-hayy and these things, many of these are just talking about and describing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's actions, right? What he has caused, what he's done. But when we look at the essence, the essential qualities, we're simply saying he is the one that doesn't depend on anyone else. This is how he's described in the Quran. As-Samad. As-Samad means the one that everyone returns to for their needs, and he doesn't return to anything else. He doesn't need anyone else. Right? So when we say that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the necessary being, it's very simple actually. This proof is very intuitive. And that's what we mean by God. We don't need to do all the extra acrobatics that maybe a Christian has to do to prove that Jesus is their God. Our understanding of a necessary being, of God, is a necessary being. So this very intuitive answer, it grounds all of our theology. And this is why when we look at Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and the way he is described in the Quran, we say that the necessary being must have 5 qualities. Must have 5 qualities for him to truly be necessary. Okay? So the first is that he exists. He necessarily exists, and we already proved that. The second is that he is beginningless. Because if he had a beginning, what would that mean? If the necessary being had a beginning, what does that mean? You're back to cause and effect. He's not necessary. Right? If he began, if he had an end as well, how could he be necessary? How could he truly be necessary if he could just end?
No, I think that's where it's not quite clear. There's the argument that there's a passive God who just started something and is out of the picture now. The deism. So that God may not exist anymore, but it doesn't matter because the domino had started.
So if God is necessary and truly necessary, then he cannot end. Because otherwise he wouldn't be necessary.
It's like you start a fire. Once the fire is there, it's taken a life of its own. The thing you started the fire may not exist anymore, but that's okay.
So when we make the argument from contingency, that's a really good question. When we make the argument from contingency, we're not saying that God is just the first cause, because the first cause is not necessary. Is not really necessary. There could just be, like you said, a first cause and he disappears. But in reality, in order for there to be a true first cause and to fulfill real contingency, you need a necessary being, a being whose existence is intrinsic to itself. Because a first cause that's contingent, that can no longer exist, also begs the question of how did it get here? Because its existence is not intrinsic to itself. It also admits to cease to exist. So then you ask, then how did that get here? And that's actually why the atheists, when they respond to the Christian arguments, they'll say, for example, the argument from design, the Christians use that argument. We're not going to use the argument to prove God's existence, because if we do, the question is you've just proven the existence of a supernatural being. So who designed the designer? That's what they'll say. We say, no. We don't use the design argument to prove God's existence. We say that any contingency needs a real necessary being who is truly necessary. And the design argument, as we'll see, we use it for a different purpose. So in that case, we're not saying as Muslims that God just began the universe. In fact, we say that everything in the universe itself actually needs a necessary being. Like everything in the universe requires a necessary being, not just the beginning of the universe. Like this right here, everything. Now, how we explain that is going to be different. Are we explaining that at a metaphysical level, meaning we're explaining it from like the reality of things depending on a necessary being, or do we explain it like in everyday terms through science? So when I say, oh, I got this from a store and they made this, that's just everyday terms or from science. Or do I say on the ontological level, like from existence, looking at its existence, this immediately depends on necessary being, because otherwise everything else in the chain just falls up, it just disappears, right? Because it's not really doing anything. So I don't want to get too deep into this. That's a really good question. But let's keep going through these 5. The fourth is that God has to be transcendent. What does transcendent mean? Who can tell me what transcendent means? What does transcendent mean? That God is transcendent. So transcendence means that he can't resemble creation. So why can God not resemble creation? Like truly resemble creation? Why not? Yes. Because then he would be just like us. He'd be contingent just like us. So to say that God is like us, literally like us, this is we can't believe that, right? It would lead us to say that God is also contingent and needs something to make him the way that he is. So we'll say that even the ayahs that outwardly seem that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is describing himself in ways that resemble creation are not literal in the sense that they literally mean that he is like creation in the same way, because this would lead to immediate logical contradictions. And we can explain how we understand that, but we're not going to, what we'll say is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says that he has hearing and sight, for example, but he also says before that, لَيْسَ كَمِثْلِهِ شَيْءٍ. Like nothing is like him. He is like nothing else, but he is hearing and seeing. So one could say, how do I affirm that he is hearing and seeing, but without saying that he resembles me and you in the same way that like I have an ear and I use this to hear? So because then he would be like us. So to join between those two statements that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala makes, the scholars have an approach. But his transcendence is preserved, right? That he doesn't resemble his creation at all. And independent. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can't need anything, because then that's what contingency is itself. If Allah literally depends on something else, God depends on something else for its own existence, for its continuation of existence, then it's not really a necessary being. And that's pretty clear. Okay, so let's do an exercise. And this is something you can take to practice with your children or to your friends, to people you know. Explain who Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is with these attributes. Meaning, I'm not saying you have to remember the argument we talked about, we covered, but I want you to, when you talk about God, don't talk about him like he's someone, like an old man on a chair in the sky. That's how some people describe Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. We want to have the vocabulary and just the comfortability to explain God from these attributes. That he doesn't need anything, that he is independent, that he's all powerful, for example. Right? So how would you go about telling someone else about God? How would you explain God in normal, natural words, not as a seminar, but in ways that you highlight these attributes, that he's a necessary being, right? Because we really want to show that there's a distinction between Islam and Christianity, in the sense that we're not like the Christians, where their God literally resembles humans. Allah says it in the Quran. They used to eat food. So how could they be God how could he be God if he ate food? Isa, Islam. So their God literally resembles creation. And their entire theology has to include that. It has to be able to work with that. So even when Christians use many of the arguments that we use, they always have to take an extra step to somehow, once they've proven the necessary being, bring them back into creation. So it's like they separate the necessary being from creation. They say, oh, everything depends on the necessary being. But now he came back into creation and now he's like us again, because they have to believe that Isa alayhi salam is God. Muslims don't have to do this. We can just hold on to this rigorous and rationally coherent understanding of a necessary being in its pure perfection. We don't have to bring him back into creation. So what I want you guys to do is I want you to pick someone next to you and practice explaining this. Just explain who God is. If you say, who is God? How do you define God? People ask this all the time. What would you say? And how would you explain it in your own words, inshallah? Okay? So go ahead, let's practice this now. Pick someone next to you, and we'll go from here, inshallah. Okay, Bismillah. How'd it go? Alhamdulillah. Okay, so inshallah, if you ever want me to go slower on something, let me know. Inshallah, we can go slower through the different of the some of the slides and take our time. Okay, so we're not on a time crunch. We have lots of time. So how did it go? How did it go to explaining? Yes. So yeah, what is existence? That's a good question. Existence is to be established in reality. So it doesn't have to be physical. That's not, existence is not tied to only being physical, but it means to be established in reality. That it's not just an imagination, something in our mind. That there's something that actually is in you could say like the fabric of reality, and but not necessarily in our world. So we don't believe Allah is in our world. We believe He's outside of the universe. The universe is everything besides Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. That's how we define the universe, right? So there's a scientific definition and there's an Islamic definition. The universe is everything besides Allah, because the necessary being is not from the universe, but He still exists. So we don't have to connect existence to the physical universe. Mm. So there are many ways to understand this. There is the fact that, many ways actually. So the first is, some scholars said that nur is guidance. So Allah, his nur is His guidance to creation. In that case, it's not physical. Others have said that it's creation. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, His nur is the fact that He brings things out of the darkness of non-existence into the light of existence. So when it says Allah is the nur of the heavens and the earth, means that when something is not in non-existence, it's pure darkness, because there's nothing there. So the idea of darkness being non-existence and light being, you share an existence with Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. I mean that Allah exists and now you also exist, that's light. And Allah gave you existence, which is light. It also can refer to an aspect of witnessing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, meaning that there's a manifestation of God, which is pure light. Because we will see Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, we can perceive, anything that exists can be perceived, can be seen. So not necessarily with our eyes, but that when we can perceive it with our souls. So the perception of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is one of pure light and radiance, and this is the imagery that's given. Even though we won't say that God is literally light, meaning that like His existence is a physical, definition of light and atoms and electrons. Like we're not going to say that, and waves and particles like that. So that's not how we define Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So in that definition, we don't. So many of the scholars will say Allah is not literally. He never said He sits on the throne. So the word is istawa. Istawa is to, it has many different meanings, but of the meanings can be to reside. It can mean to rest. It also can mean to have complete control. So they said that the ruler istawa ala ala Misr, like he had complete control and ownership over the land that he conquered. They use that same word. So linguistically, there are ways to understand it in ways that don't make Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala literally a physical being sitting on a throne, right? But other scholars will look at this and say that this is like from a spiritual perspective, the idea of istawa ala al-arsh is that it is a metaphor for His complete dominion and like an absolute kingship. So not to say that there's a physical being literally on a throne, but to say that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because then that would go against many other ayahs, as we mentioned, laysa kamithlihi shay, and other things, right? And He's not, فَأَيْنَمَا تَوَلُّوا فَثَمَّ وَجْهُ اللَّهِ. Wherever you turn, there is a countenance of God. So He's on the throne. Is He on the throne, or is He in this, So many of these ideas, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala descends in the last third of the night. Well, how could He descend in the last third of the night if He was on His throne? So if you make it literal, there actually are a billion contradictions that come up. And because of that, the scholars have understood these ayahs that show a level of connection to the universe in ways that are metaphorically compatible with the language. The language allows it to be understood in this way, so that we preserve the text, but we also preserve our belief in who Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is. So that would be a manifestation of God. So Allah will create a manifestation, like how Musa alayhi salam, when he talked to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala through the fire. Allah was not literally in the fire, but he spoke to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala through a manifestation of God, right? So he perceived God through a manifestation, right? Just as if I were to, for example, like, I'll give it like a simple example. Like if I look in the mirror, and you say, oh, I saw you in the mirror. The mirror is not me. That reflection is not me, right? It's not actually me, but it is. So a manifestation is something Allah creates that's physical, that represents His divine, His oneness, His being, even though He Himself cannot literally be physical. Otherwise, it leads to just like a billion contradictions. And even rationally, it leads to contradictions. So some scholars say that if we don't understand it, we just say, Allah said it, that's what it is. We don't understand it. But none of the correct scholars will say, no, Allah literally has a foot like me and you. Like, so His foot is like me and you, and it looks like this foot. Like, this would be considered kufr by most of the scholars. We'll say that Allah said He has a foot, it's an attribute, we don't know what it means. It means foot, but we don't know what it means. Like, we can't understand it in a way that is literally physical, anthropomorphization, anthropomorphic of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Others will say that we interpret it because the language can mean can give different interpretations. And this is what the majority of the scholars are on. Yeah, very good, mashallah. So if you look at like these ideas in the Quran, we saw that the main proof is in the Quran, but also that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala necessarily exists. He says in Surah Baqarah, do you not know that He alone controls everything in the heavens and the earth, and nothing controls Him? Right? That everything depends on Him, He doesn't depend on anything else. Or He says, subhanahu wa ta'ala, for example, when we talk about beginninglessness, He says, Huwa al-awwal wal-akhir. He's the beginning, He is the first and the last. Meaning, He does not have any beginning, He does not have any end. He also says, place your trust in the ever-living who will never die. Al-hayy alladhi la yamut. Independent. He said that Allah is completely free of need. Huwa al-ghani, the idea of ghani, completely free of need. So He's independent. And the fact that He doesn't resemble His creation, laysa kamithlihi shay. There is absolutely nothing like Him. These are all ayahs in the Quran, right? So we can explain this in our normal language, but these are all ayahs in the Quran. Now, why did I have you do this exercise? Well, for example, Richard Dawkins, right, similar name. He has a famous quote which said that I'm an atheist of every god, and you're an atheist of all the other gods minus one. Meaning, just as you're an atheist of the spaghetti monster and of Zeus and of Athena and Baal and all these things, I just go one more god further. I'm consistent, right? So you're unreasonable to believe in one god and then reject all the other gods. You're an atheist also, and with it just minus one. So how is the response? We respond to that by showing that our idea of God, our understanding of God, is not the same as Zeus and Baal and these physical contingent beings like Jesus alayhi salam. No, our God is a perfect, necessary being. So our proof for God does not make Him resemble any of the other gods. And that's why we can reject Zeus, right, this bearded man in the sky with the lightning bolt, as God, and we can affirm Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala as a necessary being. You see how it can be compatible. Okay, let's continue. The next argument we're going to look at and proof is the design argument, the argument from design. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the same ayah, what we're going to use in Surah Baqarah, shows that the universe is designed. Now, what does it mean for something to be designed? Design is, let's go one more. Design is the benefit and purpose perceived in the change and composition of physical objects. So when I see that, this is set up this way for this reason and it has this benefit, I say it's designed. So when we look at the universe, we see very clearly that it's been designed. Now the scientists, they will actually even admit that the universe is fine-tuned, and they have, we'll talk about this, like the cosmological constant, all these things, that if it was just like 1 to the tiniest number ever, right, to 1 to the power of like negative 120, or 1 over, if it was just changed that tiniest bit, we wouldn't be able to exist on Earth. Or if it so one less or one more, life on the Earth wouldn't be possible. or the earth wouldn't exist. So the idea that the universe is fine-tuned and there are aspects of design is something which everyone will agree upon. The scientists will just reject the idea of design because that will then lead them to say, oh, there's a designer. Like there is a designer. So they don't like the name design. But they'll say purpose. They might say purposes. They might say there's a benefit behind it. And that's all we mean by design. And their really like knee-jerk reaction to this is because of how the Christians use the argument from design to prove that God exists. So they'll say, look, you see the design? Look how intricate the eye is. Therefore, God exists. And the scientists will say, no. There's no design. That's just an illusion. Therefore, God doesn't exist. And there's also the idea of the argument from the God of the gaps. So the scientists use the Christians use this, which is to say, look, this is something we don't understand in science, therefore God did it. Like you can't find me a scientific explanation to this, therefore God did it. Muslims don't do this, right? Because you're just waiting for the next scientific discovery to disprove your belief in God. So our design argument is very simple, and it's not used to prove God's existence, because we already did that with a contingency argument. So our argument says the universe is designed. Everything that is designed depends on a volitional agent. That's the fancy word, right? A volitional agent. Therefore, the universe depends on a volitional agent. Very simple and intuitive, powerful argument. So notice here, we didn't say that it depends on a necessary being. It needs a necessary being, which is the argument that we did last time. We're saying that it needs a being that has volitional agency, and we're going to talk about what that means. So when we look at the universe, let's look at the ear, for example. You see, like just look at this image as I explain. You see how complex and fine-tuned and purposeful something as simple and little and small as the ear is, right? That like these tiny little little hairs and these passageways and these tiny bones in our ears is behind all of our hearing. And this is how we hear. And then if it wasn't designed this way, or it didn't have these features, we wouldn't be able to hear. So science discovers this, and anyone who sees this will say, look how purposeful that was, right? Like there's clear purpose and benefit in the way that the ear was structured, and the way that the eye has been formed. You look at the universe, you see how, like I said, the cosmological constant. So science discovers design. It shows the benefit of purpose behind things. It just doesn't want to admit that there's a real design behind it. But we don't need to do this because the design argument is built on the contingency argument. We've already established that God exists. If you don't want to believe in God, just go back to the other argument. We'll talk about it there. Here, we're just showing you that actually, God has volitional agency. He's not like a dead cause. The universe didn't just like emanate from him without any cause. We said, no. Anything that's designed, someone who designed something, who created it, needs to have these four attributes. Needs to be able to choose, needs to be alive, right? There has to be this level of will, of power, right? Of choice behind it. Because design shows that there is a process, there is a plan, there's a purpose behind it. And that shows will, that shows knowledge, right? As opposed to just like a clicking clock, or like just gears moving, right? There's no design. Whatever it produces, it just pumps out the same thing every single time. So the fact that we see this variety and this complex design in things around the entire universe, it shows that this could not have come from a lifeless cause. So it's like a necessary being, but the necessary being doesn't have these attributes. They show very clearly that he needed, we've already proved his existence, he needs to have these attributes of life, knowledge, will, and power. And these are very clearly in the Quran. Huwa al-hayyu, alimun, qadirun, al-murid, yuridu. Right? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is clearly saying in the Quran all over the place that he has these attributes. And we have these attributes as well, right? We choose, we will, we have power. So when you look at, for example, your life and anything you do, right? What are all of the different options you have? All the possible choices you can make within your knowledge. You choose one of those, and then you act upon it with your power. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he has the same attributes except that they're perfect. right? That they're eternal, they didn't begin to exist, and that they're infinite. He has infinite power, infinite knowledge, and he can will and choose between anything. Which is, I can't really choose between anything. If I tried to choose to pick up that entire or the TV or every, like this entire stage by myself, I'm not gonna be able to do this. So I'm limited. I'm clearly, right, dependent. I'm weak, right? But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, He's infinite. He doesn't depend on anything else. So His attributes are perfect. Okay, so now let's do the same type of exercise where we explain something that we see normally. So let's walk. You're going for a walk with your child or your friend, and you see a magnificent waterfall or an intricate spider web. Explain how this waterfall or spider web shows Allah's volitional agency. So we want to think about how we can introduce this level of thought into everyday experiences, knowing that it depends on the necessary being. The necessary being created it. So when you look at, for example, something that's beautiful, you don't just say, oh, mashallah, right? That's pretty. Think about, what went into such a perfect design, such a perfect creation. And Allah wants us to do this by reflecting on the universe. So the idea of this ayah that we said before, we read it many times. The purpose of this ayah is to say, look at the ships, look at the rain, look at the wind, the crops. Look at these things all around you. They're all pointing to Allah. And this is why there's a famous line of poetry, وَفِي كُلِّ شَيْءٍ لَهُ آيَةٌ تَدُلُّ عَلَى أَنَّهُ الْوَاحِدُ. Every single thing has a sign that points you to the one, to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So everything around you will point it. And even within yourself, وَفِي أَنفُسِكُمْ, and within yourself, you look at your own will, your own power, your own existence, you can prove Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's existence and His attributes. So let's go back. Let's practice this with one of your partners. Doesn't have to be a waterfall or a spider web. It can be anything. Just think of anything natural, and think about how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created this, how it depends on Allah, but using these attributes. Bring these attributes out in your conversation. And usually these will come from the perspective of power, right, and design. But you can bring out many of these, in your conversation, depending on how you look at it, right? So we want to be trained to look at the universe in ways that affirm our belief in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, not in just like heedlessness. We don't even realize there's anything special behind it, and definitely not in ways that lead us to not believe in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Look at a waterfall, figure out that something sort of happened that created the water. It's melting ice somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
Here, right? So what happened there? What happened there? So then you look at it, and then since all of these things have a cause until we reach the necessary being, so then the argument is that God didn't really create this waterfall as
Mm-hmm.
create this moon and earth, because He just set something in motion and everything can be explained. So why
Mm-hmm.
this eye was only in the DNA then? Everything else just happened automatically, isn't it?
So that's a great question, actually. So we don't believe, and I should have mentioned this, that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala just set things in motion. He just started it. In fact, that every single thing which is contingent, it itself needs a necessary being. So even the line of contingencies that we see, they actually aren't doing anything. The middle chains are actually doing anything. From one perspective, they are, right? Because we can explain things through their natural causes. But from another perspective, that waterfall and that person and this tree in every stage needs a necessary being. Otherwise, you're actually not giving a real answer. Like from a real, from the perspective of existence, of real dependency, you're not giving a real answer. Because if you say, for example, well, where did the waterfall come from? And you say the glaciers, you haven't answered the question. The real answer is Allah, because that's the necessary being. So from the ontological level, you have to say God, because that's the only answer. And in that case, we can actually see that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is very active in the universe. Like everything we do, all of our actions and everything around us is directly depending on the necessary being in that moment. Because otherwise, if we just say that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala just started it and just continued, we have to kind of admit that it's no longer, it's either no longer contingent, or that other things have their own intrinsic powers. That Allah gave something its own intrinsic power. Something else is no longer contingent. But that's not what we see. Everything we see is very clearly contingent and dependent and needs an explanation. And that explanation is either going to be from the natural perspective, it's a science, it's a thing, or from the, like you could say, the real ontological perspective, it's Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And this is why we have to be able to have two lenses, right? The lens that points to it and says, yeah, that's clearly a water, like a glacier or this, and so photosynthesis, and that's great. That's good to say that, right? Right? We don't naturally just say like, oh, who turned on the light switch? And you say God. Like no, or why did the light turn on? Because Allah created it. Allah made it so. You say no, because someone switched the light. So our natural language can be preserved, but when we really think about things from their contingency, from their dependence, we see everything depending on Allah directly. And that's why, and that's kind of the insight, is that everything is really depending on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala directly, not after a long chain. Everything itself needs an answer. And that's how you can look at something like this and say, wow, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created this right now. And that's why Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the examples He gives in the Quran are not like the beginning of DNA. They're just everyday life, everything. Because those things themselves need a real answer that fulfills its contingency. And also can have an answer that fulfills our understanding on its physical and scientific level. And we'll talk about these two views. Yes. So if you look at everything as contingent, everything needs Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala directly, and then you can explain things through science from not looking at that perspective. So if you start to connect them in a way where you say, well, Allah gave this tree the power to create itself, or to now create other things, in reality, that's just not really consistent with the contingency. You're kind of giving it something, you're saying it's contingent and that it needs Allah, but it doesn't really need Allah. So in reality, we say that everything depends on Allah directly, but we explain things from different views. I look at it from our everyday daily life. I look at it from a scientific explanation, and I can look at the causes. So when I say, for example, that fire burns, yeah, fire causes burning. But if I look at it from its contingency, I say Allah caused the burning. Allah created the causing, and He created the cause, and He created the burning at the same time, because they're both contingent. Right? They both need the dependency. So it depends on how you view things. So you,
you see people having, kids who are malformed, and you see before there was beauty, there was ice age, and you see cruelty in the world as well. So my point is that the way to reconcile this is that Allah started it off, and He says it in Quran that I send you, when Adam was being sent over, that I'll send you my messengers or advice from time to time. So also automatically means that He's not directly involved. He's sending you advisors and messengers to help guide you, but He's not directly taking your free will away. He's not directly involved in the working of the universe.
yeah, these are really heavily debated discussions actually within theology, and there are many different perspectives. The perspective that I've studied these different perspectives, but in general, a way that is kind of consistent with the necessary being, that doesn't diminish Allah's power and role in the universe, but then also can preserve natural causation, is that we say that a nature, something that has a nature, if it's contingent on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, completely contingent on Him, then in reality is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala doing it. Now, when we say it's a nature, what we're saying is that we've tested its relationship to something else to the point that we can, with certainty, establish a correlation and a relationship with this, and that it burns by itself, meaning that it always burns. And it has this nature in a way that, I mean, even modern science won't say nature as much. They don't really look at things from the Aristotelian perspective of natures and essences, but they'll say that this nature is something which is an explanation, like science an explanation, that this burns because of its, its receptivity to burning, and maybe its molecular makeup, and its however you want to explain this scientifically. They'll also explain it from the perspective of natures in a way that removes God from the perspective, because we don't need to always mention Allah. Everything is dependent on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala in everything. So I can say that its nature is that it burns. But if I make it to the point where it no longer needs God, meaning that it's its nature irrespective of God or not, then that's a problem, because now you're saying it's no longer contingent. It no longer depends on God. And that's where the fallacy of materialism goes astray. It's like, I can explain things in science, fine, that's okay. But once I say that it no longer depends on God whatsoever, it's necessary on its own, then that leads to a problem. And the conflict is that it is contingent, so it needs a conclusion. But now you're saying, based off of its relationship to other contingent things, that it's necessary. So is it necessary or is it contingent? And that's why language can be a bit deceptive, right? Where you can say something has its own nature or it's a real cause, and then we can also, but then we don't actually mean that on that ontological, metaphysical level. So in this case, when we say that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, you see, sent messengers and messengers did things and we have our own free will and whatnot, that's from the perspective of ourselves and our relationships to other things, that I have my own responsibility and I create I do my own actions, I create my own actions. But if I were to look at my own actions from their contingency, I would say Allah creates everything. Because in reality, my actions are also dependent and contingent, and my existence is dependent and contingent. So if everything's contingent on a necessary being, then who's fulfilling it? Then what is everything doing? And that's why Allah says in the Quran also, He says, Wallahu khalaqakum wa ma ta'amalun. Allah created you and what you do. Allah creates you and your actions. So meaning from that perspective, like that ontological, that real perspective, Allah is creating all your actions. But from your perspective, from your how you look at the world, how you look at your own actions, you do your own actions, you create, and you're responsible, and you experience that, you feel that, you know that to be true. And that's why being able to separate between these two things are really important, because then it's like a comprehensive approach. Because otherwise it can lead people to either do two things. You either remove God completely, you say, God's not in the universe whatsoever, there's no God, which is what the scientists did, and some of the philosophers. Or you deny all causation, to the point there's no causation whatsoever, right? It's just Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So fire doesn't burn, I don't do any actions. And that can also lead to other problems too, because are you literally saying that there's no relationship between fire and burning? It's just like an imagination, it's an illusion. Is that really true? I wouldn't say that's true. Are you really, based off of all your experiments, are you really saying that you don't have any free will and that you're not responsible? So going down that path can lead to, harder truths. It could be, it could lead to, not necessarily harder truths, it can lead to other problematic views. And that's why I think the middle path is to bridge the gap between our viewing something from its contingency, which is like a metaphysical way of understanding it, and our viewing something from its natural characteristics and its science and our own free will and our perspective. And these two things can be brought together. So I don't know. Let me know what you think, though. It's good to have these conversations. And I know many people who have gone the other way, right? They kind of really push for just the fact that, right, there is no causation, there's no laws of science, none of these things are real, right? They're just illusions. And I think that although that can be helpful to illustrate the point, it can also be detrimental. It can be hard for people to accept, right? So, yeah. I don't know what do you think, inshallah. Okay, so let's practice this, right? Let's just practice applying this framework to something in your life and explain it to someone next to you, inshallah. Go ahead. So you would say that Hitler killing Jews and all of those things, everything is dependent on Allah. Allah created all of it. From the perspective of it depending on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala directly. But from the perspective of Hitler and the Jews, it was him. And he was the evil person. He did all these things. So if you're going to look at like justice and evil in things, you have to either look at it from the perspective of the ultimate creator creating everything, and from that perspective, and that's a different way of looking at it, or from our perspective of human accountability and identity. And that's, you have to look at it from two different perspectives, because if you join between them, you'll say, well, we'll look at things from people's perspective. Oh, it's him doing it and it's you doing it, but then Allah created it. So then you bring that injustice and you throw it on God, and that's not like consistent. So what we'll say is, from an ontological level, Allah created everything, and because He is a perfect necessary being and everything He's created, He can do whatever He wants. And He has, so like if I take this water bottle and I just destroy it, it's like, from the perspective of it just being creation, there's nothing wrong. I can do whatever I want. But if I now give this water bottle identity, and I give it and this other thing identity, and I say it has feeling, and now I start to go into this realm where I say this water bottle came and it destroyed and beat up and killed this other water bottle. Well, now I'm gonna judge it on this perspective. I'm gonna take these water bottles to account. I'm not gonna now look back at the play designer. And that's why people, you can't go from creation and throw it back at God. Like, and that's what people do, right? Because they don't understand that they'll go do something bad and say, "Oh God, why did you make me do this?" That doesn't make any sense, right? You either say there's nothing but Allah and His creations, or we have responsibility.
I think that's where one of the things is, if you take the necessary argument, you think that Allah put everything in motion, and now He is sending His messengers to help the guide,
Mm-hmm.
but He's not actively involved, then everything makes sense. That Hitler makes sense, Gandhi makes, everyone, Mother Teresa makes, everyone makes sense, because you are responsible for your own thing. Allah is not directly involved in your affairs. He's going to hold you accountable eventually. But if you start saying that Allah is actually involved in every single thing, then it becomes hard.
You have to do another step, I agree. The only problem with that other view is the fact that you have to say things aren't contingent anymore. Like, because that they don't need a necessary being. That other contingent things can really suffice. That Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, meaning basically that like things are going to act on their own whether or not God wants to or not. Right? Like, and that limits God's power. So like if I say, okay, I've So Allah gives us free will, but if you now say that you are completely independent of God whatsoever, that's a contradiction in terms. Because how can something which was created by God, which was designed, which is dependent in every way, now be independent of God? Something cannot be necessary and contingent at the same time. Something cannot be dependent and independent at the same time. And I can't just give you independence. That's not how it works. Right? Like this water bottle, I can never just give it independence to now create its own thing. Like it depended on me in every single step, right? To give it its material, its design, everything. So if you take a human being and he's completely dependent and contingent in every single way, and now you say, oh, but now he's his own like free, active doer that can act irrespective of whether or not God wants him to or not. That's a contradiction in terms, and that's why many of the scholars don't see the contradiction in terms. No, it's okay. Yeah, we can have a conversation. Yeah. So, what do you don't? Mhm. That. So what do you mean by independence? Independence.
Within the constraints, like for example, you said you cannot create a TV, right? So we have certain limitations. Our brains are different as well. But when God designed the DNA and when that actually can explain evolution as well. As things evolved over time. And let's say God made Adam and Eve, and now we are multiple generations down. So if He's not actively involved in this, He is sending His messengers in that sense, we are dependent on him, but but we also have a lot of free will, and that also explains that one day we have to be answerable for our actions because he gave us the ability, but he's not the one making my hand go up and down. That's on me. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so I absolutely understand what you mean. This is actually one of the earlier schools in theology. They believed in this, and they had many arguments and fights back and forth on these points. So it's something which some Muslims believed. It was considered to be like incorrect, and the main reason was because when we say independence, we either mean one's like the perception of its own, autonomy, and the fact that we ascribe its actions to itself. Or when we mean independence, it means it literally, on the existence level, no longer needs God and doesn't depend on God. And if you say that, it's not. It doesn't allow for it to also be contingent at the same time. Like when you say God set up the rules, well, what number one, what do we mean by rules? And if He created, for example, a creation, and He said, "Here's your independence," that either means that it has its own actions, that Allah describes its actions to itself, which is what many people say, that we ascribe these actions to you even though God does it, or it means He literally creates His own actions irrespective of God completely. And that means that if he doesn't depend on God whatsoever, then if he doesn't depend on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala whatsoever, then his actions are not contingent. Meaning he doesn't need Allah in any way whatsoever. And Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala also could not control his actions either. Like they're necessary then.
So I think I don't see the contradiction. I just
Okay.
see that as that even though even if you are atheist, you're still playing by the rules, limited by the rules that God has imposed on you. You're limited by your mental power that He, over the course of evolution, gave you, limited by your physical abilities and so on and so forth. So you're still not entirely independent. And the second thing is like God is by His own volition is not deciding to intercede in your matters. He can anytime He likes. He's letting you be so that you can be answerable, you can be held accountable for your actions. Right? I mean that how do you justify accountability if you're running the whole thing that
So accountability, yeah, that's one thing which it could be hard to understand. The way that we'll explain it is simply saying that you look at it from the perspective of either creation or the perspective of one's own perspective, of the human perspective. And if you separate between those two, then you're not ascribing the wronging and the bad actions to Allah. You're only from the perspective of creation. And if everything is Allah's creation, then in reality there's nothing wrong. Like everything is just simply like a water bottle and I'm just crushing it. There's nothing like that. So your point, it makes sense. But the only pushback is that when you look at things which are contingent, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala cannot give it full independence. Meaning that independence, even on like an existence level, is either dependent on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala or it's not. If it's not, then it's not contingent anymore. Meaning like and something cannot be contingent at one point and then become necessary. Because by the definition of contingency is that it needs something to make it the way that it is. And a necessity is its complete opposite. It doesn't need anything to make it the way that it is. So if you talk about, I gave you the power now to act on your own, all your actions are either dependent on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, meaning that they're still contingent, they still need a necessary being. And I can say you have a power just to explain that, but they're still in every way dependent on Allah. And in that case, they still are created by God. Or I say that no, they're not even contingent anymore. They're necessary. And in that case, that's where it's a contradiction in terms to say that this is contingent because it's a human action. And look at me, like when I act, it's clearly contingent. Like no one can tell me my actions are necessary. So it's either contingent or it's necessary. And I perceive that it's not contingent. It's contingent, and they began as contingent, so they can't become necessary. So I can say, yes, Allah gave me the power, for example, to do things, and He gave me free will, and I can explain things like this all I want, that's okay. But to say that Allah literally, to like completely get out of this, like try to completely avoid the idea of causation, this leads to contradictions in the contingency argument itself. And this is why many of the scholars said that, like, although that's a noble attempt to say that, okay, look, Allah is not even involved in the universe anymore. People are just doing bad things. It's trying to do a good thing, but it's going about it in the wrong way. And the proper way to understand this is just to separate the perspectives of creation and then one's own free will. So we can have more conversation on it. I mean, yeah, but that's kind of how they responded to that. Okay, so how did that exercise go? Everyone went well? Alhamdulillah. Okay, so let's just do, yeah.
The young folks would love to hear from them both on both sides, especially the younger people. Like, how are they looking at this? What is their discussion?
Yeah, how no, thank you. Yeah, how's it going for everyone? Is it clear? Is it understandable? The last year we did like a 7-hour 2 days just on why Islam is true, just on these 4 arguments. So we spent a lot longer. I don't know, I think some people here were from last year, but we took a long time just going over everything and doing a bunch of examples and exercises. So it was clear. This seminar is a bit more streamlined, so it's a bit quicker, it's a bit sharper, it goes a bit deeper in some points. But what I want to say is that the Why Islam is True course, which I mentioned, it's an entire 12-week course, and it's completely for free. Right? All you need is your email, and you can go through this step by step. So that's going to be one of the main resources to take from this course, is that you now can go through these arguments on your own at your own speed. You can ask questions, you can take your time, and we can schedule meetings even with my teacher, Shaykh Hamza, who's the main teacher. If you have deeper questions, you want to talk more about certain things. So, that's really, inshallah, going to be the resource that I'd really encourage everyone to take advantage of, because it's completely free. There's no strings attached, right? It's the course. You can take it or you can not take it, but it's really good, and it's very comprehensive. It takes its time. So let's go on to the oneness argument, and then inshallah we'll take a break before we get to prophetic characters. We'll take it today. I want to just finish why Islam is true. And we have a lot to cover today, so I know that we're going to probably be able to finish all of why Islam is true, but we might not be able to get to the critiques and the other arguments, and we'll do that tomorrow, inshallah. We really want to cover evolution and the main responses to evolution, how the Muslims have understood it. We want to talk about the problem of evil. These are 2 really important ones. And we want to talk about the age of Aisha. These 3 are probably the ones that are the most prevalent. Everything else will maybe allude to them, or I'll leave it to you to look at the video series that we've also posted on everything that we're covering, which is on the platform as well for free. So inshallah, but those we definitely have to cover, and we'll do that tomorrow for sure. Okay, so the oneness argument, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in the Quran, لَوْ كَانَ فِيهِمَا آلِيَةٌ إِلَّا اللَّهُ لَفَسَدَتَا. If they, the heavens and the earth, had more or any other God besides Allah, then both of them would have been in ruin. This is the argument. And it actually is really interesting. In the Quran, Allah is actually using a logical structure. It's one of the very rare, this is actually a conditional syllogism. And it's if then. So this is like if A, then B. So Allah says, if the heavens and the earth had any other gods, then both of them would be in ruin. So this structure was, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is very rare. He actually uses full logical arguments, but he does in this case. Now, what is the argument? The full argument with its premises. If the universe had more than one God, it would be in ruin. But the universe is not in ruin. Therefore, the universe does not have more than one God. So, what is this argument saying? It says that intuitively, when you have 2 all-powerful, willing, choosing agents, they disagree. They argue, and if they want to do something and the other one doesn't want to, they're going to get into arguments, they're going to fight. Their will start to contradict each other. Just as when you look at how they described gods in ancient Greece and whatnot, they're always fighting each other, because the intuitive nature, intuitive understanding of a will, completely freely choosing an all-powerful God, is that there's nothing's going to get in their way. They're going to do whatever they want to do. So the conclusion is that, and this is a beautiful example, the picture is that you look at the heavens, you see the perfection and this order. Note Allah says, "Ma fi khalq ar-Rahmani min tafawut." You won't find any like discrepancy in the heavens. Yet when you look at civilization and humans who gain power, there's always the rise and the fall, the conquer, the destruction, right? And that shows the power of this argument. So because the universe is so perfect and we cause corruption in the universe, Allah is one. And this leads us to establish that He is one in being, meaning Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala He only has one essence. His attributes are one, meaning that no other being resembles Allah in His attributes. So meaning I have power, but my power is not like Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's power. There is only one truly all-powerful being. There is only one truly all-knowing being. There is only one truly necessary being, right? So His attributes are also one, and His actions are one as well. His actions, meaning that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's actions cannot be contradicted by others, right? So when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants to give someone something, no one can stop Him. When Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala wants to destroy something, no one can stop Him. This type of argument or these type of actions are, meaning Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is undeniable. He's inevitable. And that's what actions means. It doesn't mean that, when, for example, you go and you buy food for your family, that's called a rizq. You're providing sustenance. And when Allah provides sustenance, there's no connection whatsoever. No, we have similarities in name. But in reality, in the essence, is that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is one in His being, in His attributes, and in His actions. And this is actually beautiful. You can see this in Islamic art, that Islamic art represents and reflects oneness. It shows the oneness in creation. So if you look at the dome, this is actually the Çamlıca mosque in Turkey, the newest, biggest mosque built by Ertugrul. It's a beautiful mosque. But this is very common in Turkey and around the Muslim world, where the dome will show ayahs of the Quran, art, and it will always return to the center. And in the center will be Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So there's always this point of unity, this point of oneness. And that is showing the fact that everything in the universe is in harmony in its dependence on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, in its need for Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And that any other being in that relationship would cause corruption and chaos. Now there's also a very philosophically rigorous argument for the oneness of God, because this one's intuitive and people can kind of push back. But let's do an example to illustrate this, and you might be able to pick out the philosophical argument from this example. So let's take, for example, in this example, you have 2 cups and you have a pencil. And the goal is you have 2 people. I put, let's do the example. So what's your name? Jibril, and I take Noor. So I take Jibril and Noor, and I put you 2 at the opposite sides of the table. And the last time we did this with things, and it was like a big fight. So we won't do that today. But I put you at the table, and I say your goal is to get the pencil into your cup. That's what you want to do. And nothing should stop you because you're all powerful. Right? Nothing should get in your way. What's going to happen? What's going to happen if I tell you guys that? You guys will fight it out. You might destroy the table. You might break the cup in the process. Right? So your wills are going to contradict each other. You're choosing, and your power is going to contradict it. It's going to come into immediate conflict. And this is why when you look at any film that shows like all powerful supernatural beings, the Superman, right? What are they doing? They're destroying everything around them is being just absolutely destroyed when they fight. Right? Mountains are exploding, buildings, because that's the idea. Is that if you had multiple gods, it would lead to this tremendous chaos. Now, the other deeper argument is that their wills would contradict. You think about this, what actually happens, right? So if nothing happens, then they're both not powerful. And if it goes to one cup, then that one's the god and the other one's not. And if both happens, then that's just a logical contradiction, right? That it's in both. So, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the ayah He gives, if there were more, then the universe would be in chaos. This can mean chaos, meaning literal chaos. It can also mean non-existence. Fasad can mean non-existence. So meaning, if there were multiple gods, then nothing would exist. It would lead to rational absurdities. And that is the argument from the oneness of God subhanahu. So you see these arguments that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala He brings into in the Quran. They're very intuitive. You can break them down in 5 minutes, and they're very powerful, right? They're philosophically rigorous, and they can deal with challenges and responses at every level, right? So obviously this is like an intro. If you want to go deeper into these, right, there are deeper discussions, there are more sophisticated challenges, but all of them are dealt with, and Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has given us this framework that is really bulletproof. At least these 3 arguments that are in the Quran are very, very sound. So we said the argument from contingency for Allah's existence, the argument from design for His attributes of life, knowledge, will, and power, and the argument from oneness, which shows that He is one and not multiple, subhanahu wa ta'ala. So did everyone get that? We'll take a break after this at 1. Did everyone understand those 3 arguments? Any questions from the first 3? This is like the foundation of Islam, really. We proved our belief in Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So the problem with the Trinity is not this idea of oneness, this argument from oneness, because they're not arguing that there are multiple necessary beings, all powerful beings. In fact, they're just saying that there are, God is contingent, like He resembles His creation. So that will return to the argument of contingency to show that God cannot resemble His creation, and He cannot be human. Otherwise, he wouldn't. That wouldn't be God. He would just be another dependent being who would need another answer. Well, that's a good question. So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's will and power applies to contingent things, because you cannot create a question that by itself leads to a contradiction. And that's what you're saying. When people ask this question, like, can God create a rock that He can't lift? You're saying, can God be all-powerful and not all-powerful at the same time? So when you phrase it like that, that's a conclusion. That's a contradiction, right? You're basically saying, can I be me and not me at the same time? So it's just an absurd question. It's like saying, can this be a circle and a triangle at the same time? By definition, they're not the same. So that's how we respond, is that when you say, can God create a rock? Can God be human and also necessary? You're asking Him to be contingent and necessary at the same time. And those are two contradictions. He's either necessary or He's contingent. And they can't be, if you go one way, any step in one way direction, you're just no longer necessary, right? So you're either necessary or contingent because they're literal contradictions. And that's how you would respond to those things. So you just say that's a like a fallacious question. That's like saying, like, have you stopped beating your kids? You say yes, well then you admit that. And you say no, well then, so the question is problematic. That's not a valid question. And then in the same way, that would also not be a valid question. Alhamdulillah. So inshallah, the next thing we're going to do after this is the genuine messenger, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And we're going to talk about why the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam is a genuine messenger, how we can prove this rationally with absolute certainty. But before we get here, I really want us to all be on the same page when it comes to those 3 arguments that we talked about. Is everyone good with those? I know I said we can return back to the course and you can view those, but right here we want to get what we came for today. So if you have any questions, if something is not clear, we can repeat it. We have lots of time. So we'll take what did the brothers say the time for the lunch was? 1:30. So if there's any questions, we can take questions before, and then we'll take a break for lunch, inshallah. Oh, okay. So maybe it's dhuhr and lunch. Okay. Khair, inshallah. Any questions about this? Any before we continue? It's very deep, yeah, and it takes time. So that's why I said go, if you rely on the course, go back to the course and just take your time through it. Go lesson by lesson, argument by argument. It's good to take these things and just spend a week reflecting on it, right? Go through every possibility. That's what I used to do. Like when I was learning this, they gave me the lesson and I just like, what about this? What about this? That was me. I was argumentative. I wanted to just make it bulletproof in my own head. If you accept it, and that's good. You don't have to go any further. But if you have problems and you think something's not right, then think about it. Can you come to the conclusion yourself? If you can't, then you can come to us, and we'll have a conversation, and we'll either agree with you or we'll disagree. But um, mhm. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So one thing I can say is for the causation, one of the ways that they explained, why we have sometimes believe things are necessary is the experiment of Pavlov. You've probably heard of that, right? That when we associate something with something else, we sometimes think that it's the actual real cause, and we can explain it as a cause, but there might be something else. And that's important just to understand that science it explains the relationship between contingent things, but not necessarily the ultimate reality of contingent things, its existence itself and whatnot, these deeper questions. So for example, they gave a bunch of, for everyone just to benefit, they gave a bunch of dogs food, and every time they gave it food, they rang a bell. And then one day they just rang the bell, they didn't give it food. And what happened? The dog began to saliva. So the dog thought that the bell caused the food. The bell is what brought about the food. But in reality, the bell was nothing. It wasn't doing anything. The bell was just an association. It was just there. So they will understand that creation is Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's norms, meaning the way He's just set things up for us in ways that we say, yeah, fire causes burning. But in reality, Allah could make fire not burn. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala He's connected between things for us to understand the universe and to make sense of it. And that's why science, we can say that, yeah, fire necessarily burns from a scientific perspective, right? But not from a ontological, real perspective. Because in reality, Allah can make fire not burn. And burning is contingent, so it could just not exist. So why does it necessarily have to burn? And that's an important, experiment to show or a lesson to show people. Yeah. Exactly, right? And that's how we can explain miracles. So the problem with miracles, as we'll see later on, is that people will say it's not possible scientifically. But we'll say, okay, sure, but we're going to say that it's contingent, meaning it truly is possible, and that the way that you said it's not possible is just in relation to science. But Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala He created the universe. He can change it however He wants.
So I think there's one thing where when I was in college, it used to come up a lot, and I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Mm-hmm.
It was like a common argument by a lot of people. Is that if you believe that Allah or God is omniscient and omnipresent, knows the whole future and the past, and has the power to change it, then if He knew that Hitler was going to do all this and He still let it happen, then isn't He responsible for it?
So Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is responsible for everything in creation from the perspective of Him creating it. And then from that perspective, everything is perfect. Meaning that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala can do with His creation as He pleases, and there are wisdoms behind His actions. And we might not understand why He's creating things, but if it's His creation, meaning if I create this bottle and I chose to just burn this bottle and whatnot, you wouldn't say that's wrong. But He also, from our perspective, He's given us a consciousness, and He's given us our own understanding of our identity. And from this perspective, we say that people are responsible for their own actions. And Allah, as you said, He just lets people act in the way that they live by their own experiences. Right? Like when have you ever gotten up from sleep and said, I'm waiting for Allah just to bring me food? Why don't you ever do that, right? Like if Allah wants me to have food, He'll just bring me food. It'll just appear in my mouth and I'll just eat it. Like no one does that, because we know we have our free will. We know how the universe has been created. We have our consciousness, and we get up and we go make our own food. So from that perspective, we'll always say Hitler is evil. He did all these evil things. And from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala's perspective, He just created everything. So from the aspect of creation, Allah, everything is perfect. From the action of what happened, right, between people and what happened, these are ugly and whatnot. And that's actually a deeper question people ask, like, how can Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala say that He hates things if He creates it? Like, Allah hates disbelief, but He creates disbelief. Well, that the idea is that there are two different. Allah talks about things from our perspective, meaning that which is created. So from the perspective of things that were created, right, in creation, then Allah hates disbelief. He hates when people wrong people. But from the perspective of things being Allah's creation, being dependent on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, everything is perfect because it's all His creation, and it's depending on Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala directly, and He can do with His creation as He pleases. And just like from a purely ontological perspective. And everything returns to his wisdom and His knowledge. So everything is just within His control, and it's just nothing. There's no relationship between just creation and creator. But if you extend it to humans and to created, then that's when you get these ideas of morality and these things. So honestly, these questions are deep in the sense that it can be hard to it could take time to really go through, but it's this is how our scholars have explained it, and you just go through you have conversations and you figure it out. But yeah, any other questions people had or problems people had or doubts? No. So another thing is that, when you do da'wah, when you talk to people, it's not as simple as just bringing arguments usually, right? We're all Muslims here. We're all trying to learn. So you're all kind of receptive. And even our discussions are going to be on like finer points. They're not on the basis of the main argument themselves. But when you talk to someone else, they're not going to be as charitable, right? They're going to push back and they're going to argue, and that's where the sciences of logic and debate come into play, where it's not you want to guide someone. You're not just trying to defeat your opponent, but you have to know when they are not playing fair, or when they're trying to change the subject, or when they're trying to derail a conversation, right? Or when they are challenging things that are not necessarily immediately related. You have to know how to keep the conversation on the same path, stick to your points, right? Avoid getting emotional, right? And this is a skill, right? So that's why someone might be really sure of these arguments, and they go talk to someone and they just end up arguing and yelling, and it's really frustrating. That's normal, right? So debate and convincing someone and dealing with other people who don't want to believe in what you believe is a whole nother science, and that's not what we're studying here. This is really just to give you the confidence and to give you the certainty to see if you understand this. And if you do, that's all you're responsible for. You're not responsible to give da'wah, right? You can, right? But I went and did da'wah at the mall. I brought my students for our final project, and we just brought a sign that said nothing provocative. It was provocative, but not like very polemical. It just said, "Islam is true. Ask me why." So not saying debate me, prove me wrong. Just say, ask me why. I think Islam is true. Ask me why. So not trying to get into debates. And even with that level of trying to be fair, we were just, if someone wasn't interested, we'd say, okay, have a nice day. Like, we're not here to debate. If they wanted to argue, we'd say, okay, that's interesting. You have this perspective, but we're here. If you're curious about learning why Islam is true, I'll tell you. Otherwise, I wish you a good day. We're being really simple, just trying to avoid all arguments. And we still had people who were yelling and, cursing the Prophet ﷺ and saying, if I had a gun, I'd come shoot you. Like things like threats and insults and cussing us out. So people have problems. People are just maybe they just don't want to hear it. So debate and these things is another realm, right? We're not doing that here. We're just understanding it for ourselves. Mm-hmm.
So what I tell people is that if you believe that there was a book that listen to anyone else. Read that book, figure out if a human being could have written it. That's it. Not and just figure out if it is even possible for a human being to write it. Scientifically figure that out. And that's your answer. If your answer is yeah, somebody could have written it, fine. Don't believe in Islam. But what if you actually figure out that it's not possible for a human being to write it? Then isn't that all the proof that you need? It's game over, done deal. Word of God.
Yeah, that's a good point. So there are many different types of proofs, and there are proofs which they'll say are demonstration, they're which is just pure reason and logic, and that's what we're presenting here. And there are other proofs which are more. There are some which are more emotive. There are some which are that rely on just like generally accepted claims, which are more dialectic, right? And that's why many proofs, many tactics are, just here, read the Quran. That's very effective. I think a lot of people become Muslim because they just read the Quran. A lot of people become Muslim just because they have Muslim friends. It's not even the arguments. So in reality, yes, we learn these arguments to show that there is a real demonstrative proof. That if you want to look for certainty, here it is, right? It's all logic, it's all reason, and we can show you very clearly at that deep level. But when it comes to da'wah, your tactic might be completely different. And bringing an argument up like this might not even work. But saying, read the Quran, or look at, how could the Prophet have this character? He was an orphan. Like stuff like that makes people think, and they say, oh wow, maybe this is true, right? Sometimes it's just community, right? So like the brother who accepted Islam yesterday, he said that I grew up with a lot of pain, and I'm looking for community and for peace, right? So he wasn't looking for a philosophical argument. He wants peace. He wants community. So you have to give him that, and that's why it's guidance is something which is it's like an enigma. It's very hard to understand how Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala guides people. It's not just with rational arguments. So what we're offering here is just a very simple, the basic rational arguments, but guidance is from Allah, and we have to know that, But yeah, that's absolutely correct. Alhamdulillah. Any other comments? Anything about the atheist, the history and whatnot? Anything else that you guys interested in or want to look more into? Does everyone understand the three arguments? Does everyone understand? Yeah. Yeah, so one of the main things we'll talk about, I think probably maybe today, maybe next week, tomorrow, is the problem of evil. And that's a major thing people have to understand. So atheists use that all the time. We'll watch a video of Neil deGrasse Tyson and his formulation of the problem of evil, which is actually I don't want to say it's good, but I mean he knows what he's doing when he makes this argument, and then we'll respond, inshallah. So we'll do that tomorrow. We're gonna get there. We're gonna talk about the three main things we want to talk about are the evolution and understand that well, the problem of evil, and then the age of Aisha radiallahu anha. These are the three the three biggest weapons they use. It's either age of Aisha, and that will include the Prophet's wives and whatnot. But people really can't argue too far on that because of the historical examples of people with many wives and whatnot. It's that's hard. But the age of Aisha, they bring the problem of evil because it's the biggest moral, problem people have, conflict, and then evolution because it's the clearest contradiction between science and religion. These three are the number one. And we're going to talk about all of those in depth, inshallah. No, so the response, we'll talk about in depth tomorrow, but the response that she was most likely 18 or whatnot, this is like a cop-out response. It's not very historical, and it's not heavily backed by most Orthodox or Muslims. So if you're gonna try to push that, you're kind of on the fringes, and the argument against it is still powerful because of the amount of Muslims, the majority, who believe she was 6 or 7. So you have to, and we shouldn't want to just run away and just say, oh, it was 18. If that is historically true, then that's fair. But if it's not, and if most people through all of history is saying it's 6, then we have to understand this, right? Because otherwise we're not really doing ourselves a favor. We're just kind of ignoring the question. So, I think that actually does a disservice to people, responses like that. But we'll talk about that tomorrow, inshallah. There's many, I have stuff planned for that, yeah. Okay, inshallah, we'll just take Dhuhr's at 1:30, so if you need to make wudu, use the restroom before, go ahead. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, I'll double check to see if we have lunch afterwards, after Dhuhr. I think we do. But we'll either come back after Salah or we'll come back after lunch, and we'll continue with the proofs for the genuine messenger, hood of the Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen.
Testing 1, 2.
You good? How are you? Alhamdulillah. Okay, Bismillah. We're gonna start in the next 5 minutes, so just make your way back, get your seats, inshallah. We're gonna start soon. Okay, Bismillah. I'm just gonna go check. All right, so Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Let's continue. The next arguments are very important because we're going on to the second part of our belief in understanding why Islam is true. If you said, what does Islam mean to you? How would you define Islam? Well, one part of that is going to be that God exists and the attributes we mentioned. And another very crucial part of that is going to be that the Prophet ﷺ is his genuine messenger, is his messenger. That's what we say, La ilaha illallah Muhammadur Rasulullah. So how do we understand who a genuine messenger is? And how can we differentiate a genuine messenger from an imposter? There are two things we're going to look at. The first is prophetic character, meaning does he show the character of someone who is genuine? And the second thing is miracles. And this is the proof from miracles, which should show someone that he is a genuine messenger and not just someone making up a story. Okay, so the first thing let's look at is the character of the Prophet ﷺ. This is really important because when we look at imposters throughout history, people who claim to be prophets, people who claim to be inspired, and then they were exposed, they were found out, they were rooted, the tragedy at Waco. You can look at any example throughout history. You find that their character along the way had many, was consistent in the way that they tried to teach an authoritarian, complete domination. They had complete control, that they would use their power for benefits, whether that was sexual benefit, monetary benefit, for the fame. They also had like a resistance to difficulty, and it was hard for them to, go through serious trials. Maybe they gave up their claims when things got very difficult. So let's look at who the Prophet ﷺ was, and this is something that you can look at by studying his seerah, his life, his biography, and you will then see, just objectively, does he seem like an imposter? Before we even get to a miracle, does he seem like an imposter, or does he seem like a genuine messenger? So the Prophet ﷺ, before he even claimed to be a prophet, was known as a Sadiq al-Amin, the truthful and the trustworthy one. I'm going to just give a couple points. It's kind of hard to be known for something. You have to do it a lot. You have to, if I asked every one of you, what are you known for? You might say, daughter of this person, married this person, do this job. But these aren't really titles. How do you get the title of the thief, the person, the liar? You have to do it a lot. It has to be something that is very consistent. So the fact that before he was even claimed to be a prophet, he was known as the truthful one and the trustworthy one. This is very important. It shows that he wasn't someone who took things lightly, made up jokes, was just not very serious. Right? Everything he said was truthful. Everything he said was he was trustworthy. And this is why even after he claimed to be a prophet, people still gave him their things to take care of. They said, look, take care of our belongings, even though they disagreed with him. During his time of claiming to be a prophet, a genuine messenger from Allah, Quraysh, before they threatened to kill him, they told him, look, what do you want? If you want kingship, we'll make you our king. If you want wives, we'll give you wives. If you want money, we'll give you money. Just tell us whatever you want. You don't have to go against your entire community. Just tell us what you want, and we'll give it to you. And his response was, if you were to put the sun in my right hand and the moon in my left hand, I wouldn't stop doing this message. Meaning, you couldn't buy me with anything. And that might be, okay, sure. Maybe he was just very passionate in the beginning, but eventually he was then persecuted, and intensely persecuted. He was starved for 3 years, the boycott. They dumped the carcass of animals on him while he was praying, garbage in front of his house, beat up his companions, killed one of his companions, insulted him, ridiculed him. So someone from a noble family of Quraysh, right? Why would he go through all of these intense difficulties and persecutions if he wasn't sincere, if there wasn't something real about what he was claiming, right? If he was just doing this for monetary value. I mean, he was already from Quraysh. He had money. Why did he need to claim to be a prophet for this? When he gets to Medina, and now he even has power and he has his own community, he doesn't give himself a wage. He doesn't give himself the wealth. In fact, he gives away all his money every night. He never said no. He never refused anyone who wanted money from him. He wasn't allowed to take zakat from the zakat fund. So his community could, but he wasn't able to do so. He didn't allow his companions to stand for him. So he could have easily said, you know what, I'm the prophet of Allah. Give me a throne. Make me a throne. Make me and I'll sit on this and teach you. He refused. He didn't even allow like this to happen, right? He would sit in front of, everyone as if they were normal. When someone would come visit, they couldn't tell who is the prophet. They didn't know where he was in the setting. He prayed for his enemies, right? How rare is that to see someone who is being attacked and killed and was stoned at Taf, and then he makes a prayer, very sincere prayer, asking Allah to guide them, right, and not to destroy them. He fought in the front of the battle. This is very important. You see, usually kings they're worried about losing their leadership. They're worried about their control, so they don't put themselves in danger. But for for the causes that he believed in, right? He was always in the front of the battlefield. His companions said that we used to seek shade in the Prophet ﷺ on the day of battle, meaning that when the fight got tough and rough, they would go to where the Prophet was, kind of behind him, because he was always in the front. So he wasn't, when someone sees this about the Prophet ﷺ, they will at least say he fits the image. Whether or not he's genuinely a prophet or not, let's look into this. Whether or not we can establish this with historically establish these facts is another thing we'll look into. But if we accept these things to be true, he looks like a messenger, like a true, genuine person. And that's very, very important. It's actually a key part of the proof of the miracle itself. And actually, this proof, many people will accept Islam based off of who the Prophet ﷺ was. When they read about him, they will just say this person could not have been this wise and this have this level of character and wisdom if he wasn't a genuine messenger, if he was a complete fake, a phony, right? He was just doing this for money or wealth. And this is why there's famous lines, كفاك بالأمي كفاك بالعلم في الأمي معجزة في الجاهلية والتأديب في اليتم. Right? It suffices as a miracle that your knowledge and your wisdom in a time of jahiliyyah, of heedlessness, and the fact that as an orphan you had tremendous character. That should suffice people in terms of a miracle. So one thing that we want to begin to practice, and all the men ran away, I don't know what happened, but we want to teach the Prophet ﷺ's life from the perspective of proving that he's a genuine messenger. Whenever we read the seerah, many times we're just studying this as like fun events. This is just cool facts to learn, to know. We don't really appreciate how many of these characteristics, how many of these events actually point directly to the fact that he is a genuine messenger, that show that he is, not doing this for selfish personal gain. And that's why one of the exercises we can do is to explain an event from the Prophet ﷺ, but from the perspective of it proving that he's a genuine messenger. So when you look at the way he responded to the boycott, how does this prove that he's a genuine messenger? When you look at him in war, when you looked at him with his family, right? How does this point to the fact that he's not an imposter? This is something which is really important, and we can practice this, but I think that seerah in general is usually completely missing this aspect to it, and this is one of the most important the most important aspects. Now, what is a miracle? Who can tell me what a miracle is? What is a miracle? Yes. The breaking of a norm? Okay, good. That's pretty good. We talked about, right, the normal laws of causation, associations between things being shattered, right? And it's a breaking of the norms that we can't immediately just write off. Because otherwise, sometimes like something happens and I didn't expect it. That's not a miracle. So if I'm running around a track and I beat the time by 2 seconds, no one's going to say that's a miracle. They'll say, wow, you really trained. Or what happened? Can I look at your shoes? Can I look at the way you launched? But if I ran around that track in 1 second, no one would immediately assume, oh, this is just a scientific explanation. Something happened here that I can't explain with this system of understanding the norms, the relationships between contingent things. So the argument for the miracle is that the universe depends on a necessary being. We've already established that. Everything that depends on a necessary being is subject to change. Therefore, the universe is subject to change. Why is this part of the argument important? It's important because when we don't connect the universe back to the contingency argument, miracles become very hard to accept. People don't want to accept them. They think that it's impossible, right? I've never seen one. So my science books say that this has to happen. But if we can always look back and say, look, the universe depends on God, and it depends on the necessary being. Or you can even say the universe is contingent. Everything that is that way is subject to change, can be broken. It can be changed. And if these changes have a specific order, as we'll see, it can prove that there's a genuine messenger. So it's not just the fact that something is changing in a specific order that proves that the Prophet is a genuine messenger. It's also the fact that we can even accept that miracles can happen. If we can accept that miracles can happen based off of the previous arguments, that's a really good step in the right direction, before we even look at the history behind it. So a miracle, there are three types of miracles. There are preparatory miracles, major miracles, and minor miracles. So a preparatory miracle is something which happens before the Prophet claims to be a messenger. And the purpose of this is to show the people around him that he's special, that there's something coming, that maybe he has a very unique qualities. People might even think that he's a messenger. So, for example, when the reports of how he, when he rode on the camel when he was on the camel with Halima, his wet nurse, it sped up, and then she immediately had milk, and the camels had milk, and how when he was walking, the clouds were covering him. These reports, they're not necessarily proving that he's immediately a prophet. They're just showing that signs were happening during his lifetime before he claimed to be a messenger that showed that he was a special person. And this is why the Jewish rabbi who saw him said that you're a prophet. He knew he was going to be a prophet. They had this understanding. And you can actually use this level of type of preparatory miracles to show within the Bible and within the Torah how the Prophet ﷺ is mentioned in many areas, and how they were even expecting this final prophet as well, especially the Jews. And this is at the time of the Prophet ﷺ, and also throughout history, they knew of this man named Muhammad who was going to come and who is going to be and this is why the Jews actually won't reject the Prophet ﷺ. They'll say that he is they'll say he's like they'll say he's like a prophet, but that he just his law doesn't apply to them, something like that. They're not going to reject him in the way that Christians reject him, where they'll just say he's not a prophet, he wasn't a good person. They'll actually say that the Prophet ﷺ was a very good man, and he was like a prophet of the Gentiles. He was a prophet, but not he didn't maybe follow the complete teachings or whatnot. I'm forgetting exactly the way they spin it, but they have a tremendous respect for the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ. They don't attack him the way that Christians do. The second type of miracle is minor miracles. These are things which happen a lot. And the purpose of these is to show that the Prophet ﷺ, he performs miracles, even if you can't point to one specifically. Is to show that he's consistently proving he's a genuine messenger. So how does this happen? For example, when he's just with his companions and they report that water gushed from his fingers. That's a minor miracle. There were only a couple people there. For example, when he read people's thoughts. They came to him and he's told them exactly what they're going to ask. When he, for example, they said that he, took a stick in the middle of the battlefield and it turned into a sword. These are minor miracles, which they're not major. They're not for everyone to see, a challenge for everyone, but they happen throughout the Prophet's life and throughout his message to show and to keep affirming that he's a genuine messenger. Now, the one that we really want to focus on is the major miracles. Major miracles, there's a 5-step process to proving with a major miracle that someone is a genuine messenger. Because a major miracle is something which cannot be denied that it happened, right? It's in front of everyone, and it's an immediate. It's something which cannot be explained, right? So when Moses strikes the sea, and it splits in half, and his entire people walk through it. This is not something you can say, oh, maybe, you just didn't, you weren't like paying attention. Maybe you're just something in your eye. This is something very, it's major. So now the way that miracles work is that there's the background, which we already talked about, the prophetic character. So you can't have someone who's known to be a liar and now they claim to be a prophet with a miracle. It doesn't work, right? No one's going to believe him. Even if they see a miracle, they're not going to accept him, right? You can't have someone who is immoral, extremely immoral, and now they are a prophet, and you have to follow them. Why would I follow you? You're not a moral person. You do evil things. Why would I follow you? So the background is very important. The second thing is the claim to prophethood. So a prophet has to claim. He can't just bring a miracle. He says, as the Prophet did, he gathered everyone around him and he said, If I were to tell you that there was an army coming from over that hill, would you believe me? They said, yes, you're the trustworthy one. Of course we would believe you. Then he says, well, I'm here to tell you that I'm a prophet from God and that there's reward in paradise and a punishment in hellfire. So his claim is that I'm a genuine messenger from God. After he makes that claim, he brings a miracle, and a major miracle for everyone to see, and he then challenges people to replicate it. That's very important. He doesn't just bring a miracle. He says, if you want to disprove that I'm not, if you want to prove that I'm not a prophet, to prove that this isn't a miracle, then bring the like of it. Just do it again. Why not? And when they are unable, this is what we call Ijazas, the inability to reproduce the miracle. This is a proof then that he is from God, that he is a messenger from God. And the way that they illustrate this is like someone basically, they bring you in front of a bunch of people and they say, and you say, look, I'm from this king, or I'm from this president in the other room. And the way that I'm going to show you that I have a connection is that he is going to do something which he never normally does. He's going to change something up. And it's going to accompany my claim. And it's going to be something that no one else can do. So then when he makes that claim, for example, that they're going to, shoot 1,000 arrows in the sky for no reason, or they're going to set the kingdom on fire, right? Things like this that normally never happen. This then points to the fact that he's from that messenger, that he is genuine in that claim. So when we know that the universe is created by God and that God exists, then we have someone claiming that he has a connection to that God. And then whenever he makes his claim, something which completely shatters the normal norms, the general cause and effect relationships of the universe, it keeps occurring. This is a proof that he has some connection to that necessary being. He has some level of influence, right? That there's something special about him. And that's enough. That's enough to begin to trust in that prophet. Now, your main belief in the prophet might be his character and the fact that he's moral and he's a good person and you think he's a good role model. Reality, as the brother mentioned, prophets are here to guide us. So if you find that this person is suitable to guide you and that he fits the role of someone who can bring guidance and show you how to run your life in an effective and moral way with an entire complete universal comprehensive moral code, legal code, then that's enough. And the miracle is kind of like the cherry on top. It just shows that there's definitely something special about this person. But really, we all need role models. We need people that we look up to, whether that's in the media or on parents. And if we find someone who is truly sincere and fits these amazing qualities, we will naturally follow them. We'll naturally seek their guidance, especially if they're outwardly sharing it, which are what messengers are doing, right? They're outwardly calling people. They're reciting the Quran. They're not just keeping it to themselves. So the Quran is considered to be the Prophet ﷺ's greatest miracle. Every prophet came with major miracles. The Prophet ﷺ, he split the moon, but his greatest miracle is the Quran. And as you mentioned, this Quran, its power is beyond. It's linguistic, and it's the knowledge and its miraculous nature is beyond simply its linguistic structure and the format and the words it uses. So we find that there are three major miracles within the Quran. One of them that doesn't apply as much today, two of them that are still very relevant. And then there is the general pull and beauty of the Quran that will convince people, as you said. They say this can't be from a human being. The first is the linguistic miracle. Now, the linguistic miracle is something which is based off of ancient Arabic. Ancient Arabic, the ancient Arabs who spoke this very eloquent Arabic, they were masters of the Arabic language. They competed in poetry. They had, what they would do to hang out was compete and recite poetry. That's what they did. Right? So their Arabic was something which they took pride in. And when the Quran came, it broke their abilities. And this is something which is very unique because when we talk about a miracle, there are some miracles when they come, they just immediately show you that you can't do it. Like, for example, splitting the Red Sea. It's like, how is that? I'm not even going to try this. But if I bring something that I know you're good at, and then after I know that you're good at this. You're the best at this. I still make you unable to do this. That's very powerful. Like if you're a great cake maker and I say, look, here's a cake that's miraculously good. You know how to make good cakes. You know the system, and then it still blows your mind. That's very powerful. As opposed to someone who just doesn't even know how to make cakes. Whatever you bring them, they're going to like. So when the Prophet ﷺ brings the Quran, and as we'll see, the Quraysh, their response is that this is miraculous. We don't understand how eloquent this is, and they're the masters of the Arabic language. This is very unique. It's very powerful, and actually can carry over to us. It can be applicable to this time and age because we can represent, we can hold on to the effect of a miracle even if it didn't occur in our time, because we can see the effect it had on other people. But for us here who don't know Arabic and we might never properly understand Arabic to a level that we can see its miraculous beauty, let's look at a couple of the key characteristics of the Quran that make it unlike any other book. The first is a unique composition with striking impact. The Quran is very powerful in its composition. It is not like a normal book which has some areas which are powerful and some which are kind of dull and boring. You could say like the filler words, filler chapters. The Quran in every ayah, it has a story. It's bringing a very powerful meaning, and it's connecting its words in a way which, when people hear this, they are immediately affected. People who don't even understand Arabic will begin to cry, and will immediately feel something. When you read Quran, maybe in prayer, you feel a level of focus. Maybe, you're overwhelmed with emotion. This doesn't happen with many other works in the same way. There is an unmatched eloquence and rhetorical perfection in varying contexts. Now, the key point here is the varying context. If I'm a good writer, I like to write, but I'm maybe good at writing history. I'm really good maybe at writing romantic fiction, mystery, crime, whatever it may be. When I change my genre, and you have authors change their genre, they're not that good, right? So you take someone who's really good at writing fiction, you say, all right, write an autobiography or write a biography, they're not that good at it. The power that they have in telling a thriller is not the same as telling a romance, right? And this is why we read different genres, because we can appreciate the masters in their different fields. The Quran, when it brings this level of eloquence, it's the same across different contexts. When it's telling stories, the Arabs say this has perfect eloquence. When it's reminding you and scaring you, it's perfect eloquence. When it is telling about the Day of Judgment, just informing you of things, it has perfect eloquence. When it's commanding you to pray and to fast, it also has perfect eloquence. So this is something which the Arabs never had seen before, that something across varying different contexts and different subjects could be so eloquent, and mastery in all genres, basically. It's universal language that does not contradict itself throughout Revelation. The Quran is still applicable today, meaning that we read it and we take lessons from it. As we'll see, it aligns with modern science, right? It's not completely backwards. Like many of Christianity actually has a big problem that Islam doesn't, because so many of their claims in the Bible are scientifically incorrect. And this is why you actually have to read, it's called mytho-history, which is that many Christians now, for example, William Lane Craig, he believes that all of the cosmological descriptions in the Bible are just like myths. Peterson says, they're just stories. They're not actually meant to explain the universe. So all the Christians who thought that they explain the universe, they're wrong, right? Science is right. And they have to basically undermine their Bible, right? If you can say that, oh, this is just a myth, you can say anything's a myth in there. And others will creationists and whatnot, they'll say that New Earth creationists, something like that. They'll just deny science. So their approach is to say, no, the Bible is 100% right. The universe, the Earth is 6,000 years old. So they'll say, the Earth is 6,000 years old. I don't care if we have all this evidence that it's now 13.6 billion years old. It's 6,000, and science is wrong. And they're obviously considered like the loony kind of, crazy people, fanatics. So the Quran doesn't do this. And on top of that, it doesn't contradict its even message throughout the Quran. When I write a book, I have a draft, and I compare my drafts with each other. I make sure that I'm being consistent throughout the book. I'm not saying one thing in one chapter and then changing it up in the next chapter. That's a big flaw in writing. But what if I write a book over 22 years? The Prophet his mission was not just it was 23 years long. So revelation was coming down scattered throughout the 23 years. And throughout that entire time, the strength of the message was consistent. Regarding the main tenets of Islam and also even the stories. It wasn't contradicting itself. So if you look at a prophet, you say, oh, this man, he made it up. Or he was just very learned in certain things. You would assume that he would contradict himself, that he would make mistakes throughout the revelation, and that doesn't happen. A timeless textual compatibility with exegetical continuity, meaning, fancy way for saying, the Quran is really deep. It means that throughout time, even till very recently, people are writing tafsirs that are discovering new elements of the Quran. Right? So like Ibn Ashur, he wrote his tafsir, and it was considered like a groundbreaking tafsir in the 20th century. So it's not like, oh, people in the 3rd century figured out the Quran, they wrote a couple great tafsirs, and there's nothing else you can get from that. In reality, people are still learning new things about the Quran. They're still making connections that the people in the past didn't. And that's actually the beauty of the scientific miracle, is that it shows that we are discovering things about the Quran that people in the time of the Prophet didn't know. Right? The Prophet knew, but we didn't know. His companions didn't know for sure. Or maybe he didn't even know, depending on the fact. It also has a very strange composition of subjects and tone, meaning that whenever I write, I have the start of sentence, and you have like a final sentence. It's called a warrant, and you have your progression throughout the paragraph. You have to mention certain things. In order for it to seem like cohesive. But the Quran, in one ayah, it'll talk about like praying, and then the next ayah, it's talking about paradise. And then the next ayah, it's talking about the disbelievers. And the next ayah, it's addressing the Prophet directly. And then the next ayah, it's talking about the Jews. And it does it in such a way that it all makes sense. You feel like you're reading the same surah. It's all working together, but the sentences are completely all over the place. And the tone is different. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, even within the Quran, in the Fatiha, right? It's third person, then second person, then first person, right? Again and again and again. So this level of you could say dynamic structure in its tone and in its subjects is something which is very rare. You won't find it really outside the Quran. There's some other people who've written like this, but it's very difficult to do. So to bring all these together, you can kind of see this book is not like any other book. And that's the point. And if we look at the challenge that the Quran brought, it said, first, you guys are masters of the Arabic language. Here's the Quran, just bring the like of it. Just create your own Quran. You've written many books before, just write another Quran. Why can't you? And when they're unable to do so, Allah, and He's challenging the humans and the jinn, everyone, all of you work together. Just try to do 10 surahs. Just bring now 10 surahs. You can't bring the whole Quran, just bring 10 surahs. And when they were unable to do this, He then said, just bring 3 ayahs. Now someone says, I want you guys to figure this out. How do we know that the Quraysh didn't just write 3 ayahs? They didn't complete the challenge. And then Muslims just covered it up. How do we know that didn't happen? What's one way you can easily tell that is historically very untenable? At least for the people of Mecca, right? I mean, afterwards we know Allah tells us, and we know that we don't have any evidence for it to occur. So, but at the time of Mecca, let's say, right, when He was making this challenge to all the Quraysh, how do we know that, they didn't reproduce something and then it just got shut down and then just got covered by the history books? Mm-hmm. Yeah, the main thing is that if the Quran was preserved orally, meaning through memorization for the longest time, then if it was defeated, basically, if the challenge was met by the Quraysh, then the history that we find, number one, would not be the same. They wouldn't have gone to the same wars. They wouldn't have had the same level of frustration. And it wouldn't have been such a thing that we don't actually have any real attempts. It would be very well known, because this was his ultimate challenge to everyone. It wasn't just something hidden behind in the back doors. Oh, try to do this, right? All of them were tasked with replicating the Quran. So if something really met the standard, it would be well known. And the fact that it's not there is very indicative that it never happened. And the only examples we have of people who have tried are very laughable. Like, even you will understand that they basically just took the same structure of a surah and then just changed the word, right? So like, so watini was zaytun, right? By the fig and the olive. So they changed, one person changed it to wal fil or something like that, by the elephant, right? Dayluhu tawil, he has a long أنفه طويل وذيله قصير. He has a long nose and a short tail. Right? Like, that was their attempt, right? So people were like, okay, this is not the same, right, at all. This is just laughable. Another one was like, لا أقسم, لا أقسم بيوم القيامة. Nay, I swear by the day of judgment. Instead, it's لا أقسم بالتفاح وما أدراك ما التفاح, right? Something like that. Like, nay, I swear by the apple, and who can tell you about the virtues of the apple? So these are like, they're taking the same structure and you're just changing one word, and it's a laughable. The fact that we don't have any real attempt, even like serious attempt, is indicative that there wasn't any real attempt. And the fact that they kept fighting the Muslims and going to war, instead of just saying, look, we completed your challenge, right? We defeated you, right? We can just ignore you. They saw that the Prophet ﷺ was only a threat because they saw that the miraculous nature of the Quran and the message he was bringing was going to shatter all of the customs that they built on their idolatry, right? All the systems that they had that were built on idolatry were going to be collapsed, were going to be shattered, and they were threatened. But if they had defeated the Quran, then there would be no threat, right? They already had the power, so his message wouldn't be power, would lack. So, yes.
I can understand that. Since then, I imagine a lot of people took up this challenge and come up with this
Mhm.
idea. The problem is who is the judge of whether it meets the standard or not? And if the Muslims are the judge, then obviously it's not going to be. In those days, yes, I get it, because Muslims were not even in power yet.
Mhm.
So it wouldn't have, if the challenge, somebody had met the challenge, that would have been recorded in history.
Yeah.
However, if somebody meets the challenge now, we can look at it like, nah.
You're right. Yeah. There might be bias. So the way that they respond to this, that's a good question, is that number one, it would be the experts of the language, regardless whether or not they're Muslim or not. So meaning that if there are experts, even a couple who aren't Muslim, it's going to cause a problem, like later on, right? So let's say, for example, people have brought this up with regards to AI. They're saying, we're going to try to make AI replicate the Quran and make a better Quran. They're already doing this. So even if we have Muslims today, like maybe if I show it to someone, they're like, oh yeah, whatever, it's AI. But if it really is good enough, it'll catch traction. Just like all of the other like attacks, they catch traction if they're good enough, and there's enough people who know what they're talking about to at least affirm it. The second thing is that, this is more like a historical argument, is that Arabic, at least, and we're talking about a linguistic miracle of the Quran, has only deteriorated from the time of the Prophet ﷺ, objectively, right? We've only lost our eloquence. We haven't gained any eloquence, and that's unanimous across the board. So if we look at the masters of the Arabic language and the best poets at that time, where all of our understanding of grammar is based off of their poetry, if they couldn't do it, then why are we going to assume that someone who was learning Persian and Greek figured it out somehow in like the 11th century? It seems a bit it's more far-fetched. In addition to the fact that we just don't have any proof. So if there is a claim, then bring evidence. But those are kind of ways to show that it seems very far-fetched. That's a great question. So the effect of the Quran on people, we look at like this linguistic miracle. Let's just look at the people of Quraysh, how they responded. And this is actually a powerful argument when, one might say, I don't see how it's miraculous. But when you see the masters of a language and how they responded, then it leads you to make think, maybe there's something about this even if I'm not getting it. So Walid ibn Mughira, right, the famous tribe master of Banu Makhzum, right, the father of Khalid ibn al-Walid, the great companion and general. He was known to be one of the most eloquent Arabs in his time. And he said that no one knows the poetry of the humans and the poetry of the jinn. He actually said this better than me. Meaning I know even the gibberish poetry I know better than you. And when the Prophet ﷺ was in Mecca claiming to be a messenger and reading his Quran, he told the groups of Quraysh, the chiefs of Quraysh, let me go talk to him. So he came to the Prophet and he told him, you're going against your people, you're a disgrace to the family, all these things. And he said, are you done now? Like he let him speak, and then he said, let me read for you. And he read from Surah Fussilat, Hamim. And when he got to the ayah, in a'radu faqul andartukum, so to say, if they turn away, then say, I've warned you of a tremendous punishment, the punishment of the like of Ad and Thamud. Walid ibn Mughira put his hand to his lips and said, that's enough, right? And when he came back to Quraysh, he has his famous saying, إِنَّهَا لَطَّلَاوَةٌ, like meaning, I've never seen anything so beautiful and so eloquent. And they said, well, can we say he's a poet? He said, no, don't say he's a poet. Can we say he is like a sorcerer? Say no, or no. Can you say he's crazy? No, you can't say he's insane. Just say he's a sorcerer. So basically he said, he didn't accept Islam. He died a disbeliever. And his response was, oh, no, we could do better than this. It was, just say he's a sorcerer because we're not going to be able to respond to this. Of course, we have the famous story of Umar al-Khattab, right, who's on his way to kill the Prophet ﷺ. He hears the Quran, Surah Taha, and then he immediately accepts Islam. Like, how does that change someone so quickly? Jubayr ibn Mut'im was one of the nobles of a tribe in Yemen. And he was an intellectual, and he wanted he was searching for the truth and for wisdom. And he heard about this prophet from the people of Quraysh who had a message. So he traveled to Mecca, and on the way, the people of Quraysh stopped him and said, hey, watch out. He has a sorcery that he reads in front of people. And look, we have better stories than this. So he told himself that he was going to, cover his ears when he went to see the Prophet. And as the Prophet was reciting Quran, he said that Allah just wished that he heard something. He maybe, wanted to hear. And immediately he then said, I accept Islam, right? He left his people and he accepted Islam. And Tufayl ibn Amr, he was working one day and he passed by the Prophet, and the Prophet recited one ayah. أَمْ خُلِقُوا مِنْ غَيْرِ شَيْءٍ أَمْ هُمُ الْخَالِقُونَ. Were they created from nothing, or did they create themselves? And he heard this and immediately accepted Islam. So why is it having this tremendous effect on them? Why are they just accepting Islam when they were enemies of the Prophet just before that? How did the miraculous nature of the eloquence of the Quran affect them? And if we look into these stories, there's hundreds of stories like this. We see that the ancient Arabs, whether or not we can accept it or not, they clearly saw that this was a miracle. They clearly accepted it as a miracle. And instead of producing the like of it, they just went to battle. They attacked him, they boycotted him, and they fought him. They didn't pick up the pen whatsoever. In fact, some poets even stopped writing poetry after the Quran was revealed. Labid said that after the Quran came down, I lost my creative spark, right? Because it's so beautiful. What can I even write anymore? So we see this inability in the way that they insulted the Prophet and made false claims, claiming he was a sorcerer, a liar, he was insane, a madman, that he was studying with the Jews. You even see some modern academics try to make this claim that the Prophet, he was just a very literate person, and he was just like a student of Jews and was really deep in these traditions. And this is just really hard to prove when for 40 years he was known to be illiterate. So it's kind of hard to prove that this person was somehow just deep into the sciences and somehow mastering history and science way beyond his time in the deserts of Arabia, when everyone around him didn't read or write Arabic, let alone Hebrew or other languages. They put the blockade on him, right, for 3 years, and they went to war. Now, the next thing, so that is, you could say, the linguistic miracle of the Quran. And one way for us to connect to this miracle of the Quran is really to look in and understand these layers to the Quran, but also to listen to someone who is really good at reciting it in a way that they can bring out the meanings of the Quran. So you look at a tafsir or translation and listen to someone like Minshawi, right, or someone who has really mastered the way of showing the meaning and power in the different ayahs. And when you do this, you'll see that there's something very special about this Quran. You'll see the beauty of it, even if you can't understand it. Yes.
There's a book called The Divine Speech.
Uh-huh.
From the Khan.
Yeah.
So he goes over the certain features of Quran. So for example, there is a surah where the very first part and the last part is connected. The
Mhm.
second to the second last, the third to third last, and the straight
Wow.
in the middle is when it's talking about I'tidal, or it's talking about
Subhanallah.
and imagine somebody reciting that over a period of time. That is just impossible
Yeah.
for a human being to do. So he gives a lot of examples like that, maybe of interest.
That's absolutely, yeah. Thank you for sharing that. So yeah, Noman Ali Khan has done a lot of work on this, and he's done a lot of work in showing the linguistic miracle for people who aren't native Arab speakers. So yeah, that's really Arabic speakers. That's really good, inshallah. And I'd advise checking that out. It's hard. It's a bit hard for people, sometimes, because people, like, there's the aspect of like the numerical miracle of the Quran, right? That we can see a bunch of numerical layers, and there can't be coincidences, right? The values that just add up perfectly and whatnot. So that's really intriguing. It might actually convince someone. Other people might just say it's a coincidence, but it's there, right? And we have a tradition in our tradition, a study of the numerical measurements, or you could say calculations behind every letter. So they've studied this before to show that like Allah is 66, and then that aligns with so many other things, for example, or whatnot. And you look at your palm and you have 60, 70, 81 and 17. 18, 81 and 18, right, on your hands, and then you put them together, that's 99. Right, 99 names of Allah. So stuff like this, right? So you're kind of like, wow, that's cool, but it might not be as powerful. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So it can fall into cherry picking, and that is not necessarily like useful. It might work. It might be useful for some people. So let's look at the historical miracle of the Quran. The historical miracle of the Quran is basically that the Quran made historical claims that were impossible to have known during the time of the life of the Prophet ﷺ, and even in his time in relation to the trends, right, of the time. So for example, Suraqa ibn Malik, he was an enemy of the Prophet ﷺ, and he actually was the first to chase after the Prophet while he was on hijrah for the ransom money, or the amount that he was going to the ransom. So when he caught up to the Prophet ﷺ, there was a couple other things that happened, and he accepted Islam. And the Prophet told him then that you would wear the bangles of Persia. And later on, in the Khalifa of Umar radiallahu anhu, long after the Prophet ﷺ had passed away, when they beat the Sasanian Empire, they gifted Suraqa the bangles of Persia. He also, for example, predicted that Fatima would be the first of his family to pass away after him, and she died soon after the Prophet passed away himself. He said when he was once on the mount of Uhud that he said, "Be firm," talking to the mountain, because you have a prophet and a Siddiq and 2 martyrs, meaning that he predicted that Umar and Uthman would be martyred. He also, in this famous hadith, predicted that the people who were just desolate Arabs, would then compete in buildings and in building skyscrapers. Yatatawaluna just means to go higher and higher and higher. And we see that this is what happened in in Abu Dhabi and Dubai. These people who couple hundred years ago were just herdsmen. They didn't really have anything to their name, and now they're the kings of the Middle East. He also, and this is probably one of the most powerful ones, he predicted, the Quran predicted, this is in the Quran, the defeat of the Romans. The Persians at this time had done major blows to the Roman Empire, the Byzantine Empire. They had taken Damascus and other very important strongholds for the Byzantine Empire. And no one would have believed at this time that the Romans would come back, or sorry, that the Sasanians would have come back and defeat the Romans. So the Romans were winning in the battle. So the Quran says غُلِبَتِ الرُّوم, right? Meaning that Rome was defeated in a couple years, in 3 to 9 years. And the Prophet, in order to even prove this, before betting was prohibited, he had Abu Bakr make a bet against this claim, saying that if I'm wrong, I'll give you 200 camels or something like that. And this came true, right? The Romans were then defeated by a tremendous, unilateral, counterattack and counter mission again by the Sasanians against the Romans. Something that no one would have expected, no one would have predicted. So when we see this, we look at the historical miracle of the Quran, the historical claims, even talking and referring back to many of the claims in the Bible and things in the past. It shows that the Quran had knowledge that an unlettered Arab Bedouin or person in Quraysh would not have had. And that's enough to show that there's a miraculous nature to its knowledge. The second is the scientific miracle of the Quran. The scientific miracle of the Quran shows that the way that the Quran was actually describing the universe at the time of the Prophet ﷺ aligns and makes more sense with modern day science than it did in the past. And that the way that the exegetes in the past understood this were kind of guesses. They kind of didn't really know how to explain this because it didn't align with their understanding of cosmology or natural philosophy. And today it aligns more. So meaning that it made claims and descriptions of the universe that align with 21st century physics and science, not with the ancient Arabia and the way that or even Aristotle and whatnot. So for example, the expansion of the universe, Allah says very explicitly, we have made the heavens with great power and surely we are expanding it. Inna la musirun, this inna here is for emphasis, meaning that it is happening, it is true, meaning it's literal, meaning this is not an interpretive explanation and meaning a word. And that was actually hard for the ancient exegetes because they didn't know what it meant for Allah to literally be expanding the universe at the moment. They believed that the universe was static, right? That it didn't change. And the musirun is the active participle. So it cannot be intended as past tense. It is right now the universe is expanding. And this was only discovered in the 1920s with Edwin Hubble, where he noticed the redshift change in different stars and galaxies that showed that the universe was rapidly expanding. And this actually led eventually to, with other discoveries, to the discovery of the Big Bang. But we now know as scientific fact that the universe is expanding. And it's actually gaining speed. It's rapidly expanding today. So the way that the Quran describes this does not align whatsoever with the science and the understanding of the time of the Prophet. So people believed, based off of Aristotle's conclusions, that the universe was static, that the earth was in the center of the universe, and that it was not expanding. The second scientific miracle, and there are many, but I'm just mentioning a couple of them just for, we don't have a lot of time, so I'm just mentioning a couple. The second is the embryonic development. This is one of the most powerful ones because it's very clear. And when you describe something in stages, it's very easy to get it wrong, right? Because you're kind of guessing that in every moment, every different stage, this is what's happening. So if you just get one stage off, the whole thing doesn't make sense. So Allah says, then we placed each human as a drop of sperm in a secure place. Now, this is something which, previous understanding and Aristotle, they didn't believe that the blastocyst or the embryo would be lodged into the wall of the uterus. In fact, they believed that it just kind of floated around in the stomach of the woman, and it didn't actually, connect to anything. So when we see once the ovum and the sperm is fertilized, and the embryo attaches when it goes down the fallopian tube, which is that tube, into the wall of the uterus, and it actually closes around it. And this is what it means by qarar makin, right? A secure place. It doesn't move. Settling, firmly established. Right? He then says, subhanahu wa ta'ala, we then made the zygote into a leech, an alaqa. An alaqa, something which connects. And the leech is something which exists it lives in water, and it attaches itself, and it nourishes itself through that attachment. So when the human embryo is attached to the wall of the uterus, it is in this fluid, it lives in fluid, and it is getting nourishment through that attachment. So this description is it's actually it's extremely accurate for someone who they did not have any ultrasounds, and the general dominant understanding. In many cases, actually, they believe that they were just mini humans. Mini humans, right, went into the stomach, and that they just kind of slowly grew over time. They didn't have this understanding that it went through these very, clear, distinct phases. He then says, we then made the leech into a chewed lump of flesh, mudgha. Mudgha meaning something which is literally just chewed. And you see that once these somites, right, these little bead-like bones on the zygote begin to grow, it literally looks like teeth marks, indent and teeth marks. And this is how you would describe it. If you're not, the Quran is not a scientific book; it's not a science book. But if you were to describe it with just everyday language, this would be a very accurate description. And then finally, he says, and we covered the flesh covered the bones with flesh. Then we developed him into another creation, khalqan akhar. Because at 8 weeks and then 12 weeks, we now call it the fetus. It's no longer called the embryo. So khalqan akhar, its name literally changes. And so blessed is Allah, the best of creators. There were even some embryologists who remarked that this was this could only have come from God. He's one of the leading embryologists. He didn't end up accepting Islam, but even non-Muslims, when they see this is a very uncanny, strange alignment with modern science. Like, how does this make sense? So the Quran as a miracle is still very clear. Like, once you get that God exists, that the Prophet ﷺ was a good person, and you have his character, then you start to see these alignments in science. And there are many, many more. I only brought a couple of these. You then can see that this could not have come from the Prophet ﷺ himself making this up, writing it at this time. And this must have come from a God who knew the future, who knew how science actually works. And who knew what the people in ancient Arabia who didn't have access to ultrasounds knows. Okay, so any questions about this before we go on? So we talked about the Quran, we talked about the Prophet's character, the different types of miracles. We went deep into that. Any questions about any of all of this? Yes. The only thing, and it's not a real contradiction, as we'll see, is going to be evolution. And we're going to talk about that. Everything else, in the past, they had to figure it out, but now everything is actually affirming it. So there are many examples of mawaqir or nujub, and even the skin, the way Allah describes the people on the day of the people in the day of judgment, and how their skin, after they go through one round of punishment, they will be given a new set of skin so that they can feel the pain again. And we now know that our pain receptors are in our skin. So meaning that it's at the level of our skin. It's not deep inside. So, if you didn't, if you wouldn't understand that if you don't understand modern science. Like, why is Allah giving them back new skin, right? Aren't they going to still feel a pain? But this level, this level of precision when it comes to describing even the punishment, it shows that it aligns with modern science. So there are many of these, and you can find them. Some of them are a bit far-fetched, but many of them are very clear. And you said this is exactly how modern science understands this. Absolutely, yeah. So all of the problems, majority of the problems, besides evolution, because we'll talk about, between science and religion are inherited or taken from Christianity. And that's the majority of the dialogue. Why? Because it's Christians, the largest religious population, versus atheists. So they're the ones having these conversations. So it's important to know, what is our battle? What do we actually have to fight? And the whole idea of creating the earth in 6 days, creating everything in 6 days, and 6,000 years old. And in the beginning, he created, there was light. In fact, there wasn't light in the very beginning, right? So that doesn't align. And the way that he created the stages of creation, if you read Genesis, right? I don't remember as well, but first this, then that. It doesn't align with modern science. Science will say, no, that's not how everything was created, how everything formed. They also have to reject evolution in its entirety because they believe that God placed the animals directly on the earth. So how do you understand that? Whereas Muslims, we don't have to believe that. As we'll see, we can actually believe that all of evolution is fine except for Adam. So, and there are even other ways to understand Adam where humans are evolved as well. We'll talk about that too. So, where's the contradiction, really? Whereas for Christians, right, they literally have to reject all of evolution. So these are like macro major theories that have to be rejected, and Muslims, we don't have to do this. And that's a big problem, right? When there's one detail, right, that has to be corrected, this is simply just like you weigh your evidence and we say we interpret this or we understand this way. It's very easy, right? Because you're accepting the macro, the majority, the major elements. When you have to reject an entire scientific theory, you have to reject an entire like tons of evidence. It's a lot harder, right? Now it just makes it look completely backwards, right? So, absolutely right. I think it's important. We should all look into this. Look into the scientific miracle of the Quran. It's really fascinating, and it'll strengthen your iman. But alhamdulillah, we don't have these contradictions as you mentioned. Okay. Any other questions? Good. So you can kind of pick which path you want to go down in relation to the Quran that you feel the closest to, right? Do you like looking at it from its linguistic miracles, trying to find, the patterns and understanding the order of the Quran and why he used this word instead of that word? Like, there's lots of these things, right? The word choice is miraculous. Or you can look into the historical evidence and you go deep into that. This actually will undermine the Islamic dilemma, right? Because the Quran is correcting history. It's modifying it. And the Prophet ﷺ is then explaining these corrections to his people. So the fact that then, the Quran is advocating for blind acceptance of everything in Christianity, as we know it today, after it's been corrupted, this is just a very low IQ argument, right? And that we should, do you accept God or do you accept the Prophet, right? This type of separation is something which you don't find except with really strange reformists or people with low IQ. So, the historical miracle of the Quran is very powerful, and you'll see this throughout the Quran, inshallah. Okay, so, but the question then becomes, if you want to say, these miracles happened, fine. And you want to say that the Prophet ﷺ existed and he had all these qualities, what is your historical evidence? And this is the problem with Orientalism, right, of rejecting Islamic sources of history. So what are our historical methods? Because do we completely agree with the Western historical method? Do we align with that? We're going to see no. And we have proof to change certain things. So in historical evidence, we have two major types of evidence, which is physical evidence and written evidence. These are the two that all archaeologists and people rely on. Now, the problem with these two, of course, and this includes fossil, includes all, is very huge. The problem with these two types of evidence is that physical evidence is considered, very difficult to understand what happened, because you're trying to understand what happened in the past, and you just have a bowl, you just have rocks. Like, for example, if you look at Stonehenge, there are many theories of what happened. Was it a burial site? Because they're like lined up. Was it a place? Was it like an observatory, right, or like a place where they looked at the stars? Was it an altar, right? So you have a bunch of these competing theories. They have to investigate it. You don't have a whole lot. You have a lot of physical things. You don't know if this was from this area, if it was brought there, what was, there's a lot of guesswork. The second is written evidence. Written evidence is obviously stronger than physical evidence, but still there's a problem of authorship, right? So yes, this is a story that's been written, but like, how do I know it's not just a myth? It wasn't completely made up, or that someone was just adding details. So written evidence can help in many cases, and it can, especially, we look at old books and encyclopedias and these things. These can really help, But there are many other examples of written evidence that make it difficult to exactly tell, is it perfect? Has it been preserved? And the biggest example of this is actually the Quran, right? The Quran, if you try to prove that it is 100% preserved through written evidence, it's kind of hard, right? You can make a good case through written evidence, the Sana, palimpsest, and these different things to show that, we have very, very, very old copies of the Quran at the time of Uthman that are consistent throughout history. And you can show this, but to say that it's 100% and these things, it's not as clear. So what the Muslims do, we have a third type of evidence, which is testimonial evidence. And testimonial evidence is, sometimes like imagined to be like you're playing telephone, right? So if we play telephone right now, I told you something, it'd get around back to me completely different. And I saw videos like a hadith is like saying, my friend said this and his friend said that. My friend told me that his friend told me that his friend told me that his friend told me. That's not isnad, as we'll see, but that's how people imagine it to be. So what is testimony evidence? We have two types of testimony evidence, inshallah. And we'll try to get through the next 10, 20 slides, and then we can end, inshallah. I don't want to go too long because I know it's a lot. We've been here since 10 a.m. We have two types of testimony evidence. There is mass transmission, which is called tawatur in our tradition, and there is isnad evidence. Isnad. Mass transmission, which we'll begin with, yields certainty. So we'll say that this actually gives us 100% certainty of past events, and I'll explain what this is. Whereas isnad evidence will only give us strong confidence. There might be some areas where it gives you certainty, but it's not. Most scholars will say that it only gives us very strong confidence, and this will obviously go all the way down from confidence to doubt, all the way down to fabrication. So isnad is once you're out of the realm of 100% certainty, and this is what historical evidence is. Usually, it's never 100%. Right? How can we make a very educated guess? Did the Prophet say this? Did he not? Did he do this? Did he not? And that's what isnad is for. Now, what is mass transmission? Mass transmission, or tawatur, is a report that has been independently testified to by such a large number of eyewitnesses that it is impossible for them to be lying or mistaken. It is impossible for them to be lying. So let's give an example. How do I know that China exists? How do I know that China exists? Let's say I don't have any access to the internet. I've never seen a picture of, and even pictures, they could just be AI now. Right? So how do I know China exists? So many people who have been there, been in the airport, who have visited, who have family in China, that it's not possible that they all could be just pulling the wool over your eyes, that you're in like the Truman Show. Like, that's actually not possible. They try to make the case for that, but the fact that, that there are so many people who have independently testified to something that they've seen with their own eyes. So this doesn't apply to rational evidence, right? No one can say, 100 billion people told me that God doesn't exist, therefore God doesn't exist. That's not how this works. So we're talking about empirical things you can see, right? An event. World War II. How do you know World War II happened? You've seen history books, but how do you know that's true? There's just so many people from generation to generation that have been talking about it, from the people who were actually there, the millions of people who were affected by this war, that you know that it's 100% true that it happened. And this is what we call mass transmission and testimony and tawatur. Now, tawatur is dependent on the testimonial context. So depending on the event, what happened, and who were affected, tawatur can grow in strength, it can lose strength, and it might even carry over generations. Right? So in order for tawatur to continue giving us certainty, every generation has to carry that same level, meaning it has to reach a level that you know they can't all be lying. It can't die down in one generation to the point where you're not sure anymore. Otherwise, you're no longer sure. So let's do an exercise to practice this. If I were to tell you that there is a fire outside right now, you probably wouldn't believe me. How many people would you need to come through the door before and tell you? Maybe different people from different areas, to tell you that there's a fire outside before you believe it, before you're 100% sure that there's a fire outside. 2 people? 3? So there's a difference between...
Not to get technical, but something like fire hits your survival instinct. So you will probably believe even one person says it.
Mhm.
Benefit to flee.
Yes. Well, exactly. So there's a difference between whether or not you would act upon something and whether or not you know it's true. So we're thinking about when you know it's true. Let's say, for example, not a fire. What if it was like someone said there's a police wearing an orange jacket? Like there's no, who cares, right? It's not even like an elephant, like, or something you're like, oh my God, your amazement starts to kick in. It's just a police wearing an orange jacket outside. How many people do you need to know that they're 100% telling the truth? It's testimonial. You haven't seen it, right? You know they're not lying. How many people do you think you would need to come in, right? There's actually there's this concept actually kind of goes back to, to Greece. There's like a line they say, this person, he says, if you're bald and you have 1 hair, okay, I'll still say you're bald. You add 2 hairs, 3 hairs, 4 hairs. Eventually, there will be enough hairs for you to say that you have hair. So what number is it? Meaning you can't keep saying you're bald forever. Eventually, you're going to get to a number of hairs. This is like the philosophical argument that you'll say that you have hair. So like eventually you'll get to the point where we'll say it's not possible that they're all lying, right? And you can there's a difference between hypothetically saying, oh, I can potentially imagine them all lying, but based off of the context that they're not lying, right?
I'll give you an example. Like take something which seems so far out of the realm of possible.
Yeah.
Let's say that you come in and you say that, hey, I just found out that Trump, he converted to Islam.
Yeah.
Muslim brother.
Yeah.
I would probably need 50 people to
50 people.
say that before I believe.
Yeah.
But for some of these other examples, it's like, yeah, whatever. My police wearing orange.
It doesn't matter. Yeah. So it depends on the context. It depends on the event. It depends on how large it is, how many people are be affected, how unlikely it is. Yeah. So all of these things depend. They gather. They take more. So like wars, for example, are almost immediately mass transmitted within the area because of how many people are affected. People are dying, right? So wars are just immediately mass transmitted, right? Now, mass transmission doesn't mean that everyone in the world knows about it, right? There might be a war in like the middle of Africa, and everyone knows it happened. Everyone's sure it happened because their family died. But I'm not sure. I have no idea about it. So it doesn't mean that everyone knows about it. But once you've met enough people, you've had enough testimonial evidence come through, then you will reach that threshold that then tells you that it's certain. And that's why when you look at the life of the Prophet ﷺ, we have to look at the testimonial context. What is the testimonial context? Well, the Prophet ﷺ was born into, right, the religious and cultural center of ancient Arabia, right, Mecca, where people, they were the custodians of the Kaaba. Hundreds of thousands of people came every year to do pilgrimage. Everyone knew about his birth, right? He was like born into a royal family, basically. And his life was followed from a young age. He had 100,000 companions, people accept Islam. These companions then went and conquered and ruled the majority of the world, of like the world at that time. And right, they brought the Persians, the Byzantines to their knees, right? They brought they spread Islam throughout the entire world, and they preserved the Quran through memorization, right? People at the time of the Prophet memorized it, and every generation it spread, and more people memorized it. Without mushafs, they were taught, right? The companions spread and they taught this. And this was also aided by the Muslim world system, what we call an Islamic world system. Many academics look into this. So like Islam had connected the world through its culture and through their practices and through the memorization of the Quran itself, right? Connected and unified the entire world based off of these different practices that they did through trade, through travel. So when you look at this, what about the Prophet ﷺ was mass transmitted? Well, his birth, his claim to prophecy, right, in front of all of Quraysh, the fact that he went to war against the Quraysh, the fact that he, died in Medina, the fact that he brought the Quran, meaning he brought something that he claimed is the Quran, right? Whether or not it's a miracle or not, he brought the Quran. And then the fact that now today we have, millions of people who have memorized the Quran. You go anywhere in the world and you just ask them to read a random page, these people hufad, and they can all see the same exact page. This, when someone sees this, and based off of the context, the different areas that they're from, they'll say that it's not possible that all of these people just made this up, that they didn't get this from somewhere. It didn't come from, and you keep going back every generation, it didn't come back from the time of the Prophet ﷺ, which is what he brought, right? So from the time that it's mass transmitted that he brought something called the Quran and people are memorizing it, every generation memorized the Quran and preserved it, and every generation it was mass transmitted, such that now when we look at the Quran, we say that it's absolutely true that this is preserved, right? You cannot convince me now that the Quran is not preserved. When I can go to Malaysia and someone reads the Fatiha and Baqarah, and I go to China and I go to Egypt and I go to India, and they all are reading the same thing from memory. And that's the main method of the preservation, was through memorization, right? Not on written evidence. So this is the proof to show that the Quran is preserved, and to say that we actually can prove with 100% accuracy that it's been preserved, and we can make our corrections. We can correct people when they make mistakes based off of this knowledge that's been passed down through generations. And there are many things that's passed down, right? So like the existence of Aristotle, ancient wars and battles, right? Between the Persians and the Byzantines, we know this with certainty. The fact that the Byzantines existed, right? The fact that the Ottoman Empire existed, right? So there's just too much raw data about different figures in history, throughout history, for us to deny that they happened, or for us to not be sure that they actually existed. And that's why some people even try to claim that the Prophet never existed, or that the Quran was just made up in the 3rd century after his existence. I mean, and they don't really, they're the historical claims they make are kind of very far-fetched, but they ignore the idea of mass transmission and the fact that if it was that at every generation and through every claim that's connected to the Quran, if it was made up in the 3rd century, we wouldn't have this knowledge of it being of him teaching his companions, of the companions memorizing it, of the compilation of Uthman, of the Quran, and spreading this knowledge throughout the Muslim land, right? So it's very far-fetched to say that it started then, right? And with all of the reports, with everything that we have in relation to the Prophet reciting the Quran and his companions as well. So once we can establish that the Prophet ﷺ, he brought the Quran, he claimed that this was the Quran in its entirety, and then we can establish that what we have right now is absolutely sure, like it is the same Quran, and we can look back at every generation, then we know that it is that it's true. And then physical evidence will only verify this. It'll only increase this strength and show that yes, right, like 1,000 years ago, 1,400 years ago, the Mus'haf looked the same as today, right? And the details are just very tiny, minor details that have no real significance, which are common in just copying manuscripts and whatnot. So the testimony evidence and this mass transmission is something which is not studied today. It's not really, Muslims don't really know about this a lot. They kind of only know about the archaeological evidence and the the different manuscripts. But if we understand this today, and we see that these people who are claiming to have taken it from their families, and we have this sanad, this chain of people in every generation at such large numbers, this by itself will give us certainty in the preservation of the Quran. Okay, now the next thing to look into is isnad. Now isnad, as we mentioned, is what you look into when you don't have tawatur, because tawatur doesn't apply to everything. So what do you look into when you don't have hundreds of thousands of people reporting the same thing, when you don't have such large numbers of people? And this is something which is actually it's unique to the Muslim community, in the fact that there's no other tradition that has built a system of isnad in the same way. And this is actually why many Orientalists or people reject this, simply because they haven't seen it anywhere else, right? They kind of there's a bias towards, recognizing that the Muslims came up with something unique and that it's like a legit system. Now, how does a isnad work? Well, if we want to understand this as like a chain of custody. So the chain of testimony is a chain of custody. When we have evidence that's been involved in a criminal investigation, the police can't just come and just bring it and just dump it in the police in the office, right? They have to mark down exactly when they got it, how they got it, who carried it, put it in the sealed evidence, right? And then it's passed and it's monitored, because if there's any tampering of evidence, you can't indict someone, or you're not going to be able to get someone based off evidence that could have been corrupted. So a chain of testimony is the same way. You have two parts of a sanad. The first is its textual analysis, and the second is the actual chain of testimony itself. So whenever I have a hadith, a saying, I'm going to investigate the text itself and say, does this text actually align with the general teachings of what the Prophet brought, for example, or what other people were saying at the same time? Is there a motive behind narrating this hadith, for example? What are the different things I can take from just the text itself? And then I look at the individual people in the chain of testimony. So there are 5 people, for example, between me and the Prophet. I'm going to look into every one of them according to their honesty, their precision, how well known they were in hadith, right? How relied upon they were by other people. And the reason why this is important and why it works is that Isnad was an independent movement. It was not something that was state funded, right? So you had a bunch of individuals, usually who were very poor, and who they gave their entire life to Isnad. They made the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ their life. All they did was memorize hadith, study it, and analyze it. That was their goal, right? They would travel across the entire world to find hadith, from Uzbekistan to Mecca to Medina to Iraq. And they did this without any pay, right? One of the narrators went to someone and said, what do you do? He said, my job is hadith analysis. Hadith, I study hadith. He said, then I give you the glad tidings of poverty, right? Because no one's funding this. And they created their own unique grading system of how to grade hadith based off of all of these factors, taking them into consideration and seeing, right, how can we be sure based off of the precision and the strength of the narrator, as well as the type of the text, as well as the location of the narrators, where they were. Is it possible that they actually met, right? Did they meet? Is it well known that they met? All of these factors to tell, is this hadith sahih? Is it accurate? Is it highly highly accurate? Is it like Hasan, just pretty accurate? Is it a da'if, which is weak? Is it like munkar, which is like it's missing a chain or has one chain? Mursal is missing the companion narrator. Is it mawquf, meaning it's actually not from the Prophet, it's from a companion? Is it marfu' to the Prophet? Is it and then finally, is it fabricated? Mawdu', was it absolutely fabricated? And they would sift through thousands of hadith. So Imam Bukhari, for example, in his collection of Sahih Hadith, right, is the most authentic book of hadith we have today. There are only around 2,000 or so unique hadiths, right, not including the repetitions. And Imam Bukhari is said to have known 600,000 hadith, meaning coming into contact with 600,000 hadith. He was said to know 13,000 hadith narrators. He only included around 1,000 narrators in his corpus. So this process was sifting through large amounts of hadith. And you'll see this in the works that were produced, right? Entire, encyclopedias on the narrators, on the different types of hadith, writing entire works on the fabricated hadiths, right? To preserve this knowledge that this is fabricated. And we'll see that there, behind every single hadith, there's a story. It's not just, my friend told me that his friend told me that his friend told me. In fact, you can trace each individual narrator, look at their story, look at their reliability, and based off of the systems and the grading metrics that they established, and see how everyone worked together, right, in this movement to preserve the hadith of the Prophet. Now, what was the the motivation? The fact that the Prophet said, right, whoever, may Allah, enlighten and illuminate the face of someone who memorizes a hadith, who heard something from me, and brings it to someone else. Because it may be that the person hearing the hadith is more knowledgeable than the one who is telling it. And he also warned the people, right, who intentionally made up hadiths, right, that they would go to hellfire. So there is an incentive based off of the love of the Prophet ﷺ and his own words to preserve these hadith. So let's take an example. This is called the Hadith al-Musalsal bil-Awwaliyya, Hadith al-Rahmah. It's the first hadith that any student in a madrasa or in anything at all would learn. It's the first hadith they'd ever learn. And you can kind of think about, why is this the first hadith that they chose, right? It's very deep. So it says, those who have mercy, the All-Merciful has mercy on them. Have mercy on those on earth, and those in the heavens will have mercy on you. It's narrated by Tirmidhi, who's a student of Imam Bukhari. Let's look at the chain of transmission. So you have a Tirmidhi from Ibn Abi Amr, from Sufyan ibn Uyayna, from Amr ibn Dinar, from Abu Qabus, from Abdullah ibn Amr, from the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Now, when we see this, we see a bunch of names, and this is how normally people would look at hadith, and this is why they usually cut them out, right? When you're studying hadith, you just kind of skip all the names, read the hadith. Right? That's how people do it. But if we look at these individuals very shortly, Abdullah ibn Amr, right, famous companion who was very devout and who memorized many of the hadith of the Prophet ﷺ. The Prophet actually told him to stop praying so much and reading Quran as much because he would read it too often, actually. So he said, don't complete the Quran in less than 3 days, right? And he was this great companion, he taught Abu Qabus, who actually was his servant. And he lived with Abdullah ibn Amr, he learned from him, and he became a well-known hadith narrator, who then taught Amr ibn Dinar, who was the Qadi of Mecca, one of the greatest judges of Mecca for 30 years. Who taught Sufyan ibn Uyayna, who lived in Mecca as well, and who was the most knowledgeable Imam of his time, or of Mecca. He was the contemporary of Imam Malik, and he dedicated his life to hadith. So when you have these major figures, everyone around the world is coming, right, to study with them and read hadith with them. So the environment is such that if someone makes up a lie about one of these narrators, it's very easy to pick it out, to point it out. Because there are hundreds of thousands of people who are taking hadith from them. So if someone says, I got this from Sufyan, they'd say, no, that's not possible, because I was just with him. Right? And we have all these other people who are with him, and he never mentioned this hadith. right? So that would be considered, right, a standalone hadith, and it's considered weak. It's not going to be strong. And then Sufyan taught Ibn Abi Umar, who actually came from Aden in Yemen. He used to make Hajj, walk on foot to make Hajj. And as he was making Hajj in Mecca, Tirmidhi, who had traveled from Uzbekistan, met him and took this hadith from him. So you see that there's this connection, and it's all based off of this movement of people putting lots of effort into collecting these hadith, verifying them, checking the narrators. There was someone named Shu'ba who would go and just say, let's do ghiba for the sake of Allah. Meaning he'd go and say, this person is not a sound narrator, this person is, right? To say, don't take from this person, he's not that accurate, right? So he would actually go and test people, right? Test them on their hadith to see how good they were, how much they memorized. So this independent movement, which is based off of the love of the Prophet and trying to preserve his wisdom and his teachings, right? Culminated in a very thorough analysis of every single report. And when one studies this and they see how sophisticated it is, they'll realize that even though we can't reach maybe certainty in the fact that this is hadith, we can come to a very strong level of confidence that the Prophet most likely said this and that we can rely on this. And when that is the case, and we see, for example, the narrations regarding the Prophet's life or different miracles, we'll see that even if one of these is incorrect, the culmination of all these reports actually leads us to what we call a collective mass transmission. Meaning that the general truths of the Prophet's life, that he was a good person, that he, for example, taught hadith, that he had many sayings, that he performed minor miracles. These general facts are all true, even if we can't verify or someone wants to challenge us on one of these individual claims, because of the fact that this entire corpus and this method of isnad brought such a level of rigorous authentication to such a huge amount of hadiths. So if you look at the entire corpus in its entirety, there are truths that we affirm, even if we can't affirm and verify the exact hadith. And that's the usage of isnad and how it's used and how we can benefit from it. Okay. So any questions about hadith and the history of Islam? This is our historical method. So we take written evidence, we take physical evidence, and we also take testimony evidence, and we rely on this. Any questions regarding this? Yes. Yeah, that's a good question. So the schools of thought when it comes to, for example, fiqh, is based off of different narrations, the strength, how we verify and understand narrations, if we agree on them, right? If we interpret them the same way, how we rank evidence, right? How we, prioritize different sources of evidence. So it's kind of very nuanced when it comes to fiqh, and that's why they'll say that all of the different madhahib are correct, right? Because they're all making this effort to understand what is the best and the most accurate understanding, given the evidence that we have. Okay, alhamdulillah. So now let's go on to a couple more slides, just a couple more for today. And inshallah, then we'll stop before we get to evolution to kind of round out these investigations. Okay. So the first is epistemology. I'm bringing this up now because once we've understood the simple arguments for Islam, it's important to also understand how we weigh evidence, how we gauge and understand evidence, because this is going to affect our investigation into science, is going to affect everything. And if we don't understand our epistemology, which is how we know things, we're not going to be able to respond properly or even see where the problem is and how it can be responded to. The first level of epistemology is reason. So reason, we know, we believe, and we know, we don't actually have to believe, we know that we can gain knowledge through our mind alone, right? And this is such as mathematics, metaphysics, right? Cause and effect, logic, right? These are rules that are in your mind, even if there's not a single example in the universe, right? And 1 + 1 = 2, you know that's true without having to think about it, right? It's immediate. And no one can convince you that 1 + 1 does not equal 2, right? It's something which mentally you know to be necessary. The second source of knowledge is the five senses. And this includes, right, just like our five, touching and sight, but also experimentation and induction, right? Science. So science, it's going to use reason, mathematics, and the five senses, and then a combination of the two. So for example, experimentation uses a combination of reason and senses. And these two is kind of what builds all of modern science, right? Is built off of these two. Really, they prioritize the five senses. In reality, when we look at these three sources of knowledge, we can't actually prioritize one over the other because they have different roles. So because they have different roles, you can't prioritize them. And rather, they just kind of they have their own utility. And to prioritize one arbitrarily would not be objective. So you'll see that science will actually, in many cases, arbitrarily, right, prefer one over the other, even like the five senses over reason. And this is just like an epistemological error, as we'll see. The third is testimony. And we just already studied, right, the two types of testimonial evidence. And this will show us revelation and hadith. So whether or not revelation is possible, well, that's rational. Whether or not it is accurate and true, and preserved, is through testimony. So that includes the revelation as well as the hadith corpus. This is a comprehensive epistemology, right? That takes knowledge from our five senses, from our reason, and also from what we don't have access to, from the past, from other people. So it allows us to establish our truth and to discover truth in a way that is not arbitrary, that is not, right, like just limited to our own whims and our own, our biases, right? It is applicable to every proposition that one can investigate. Now, from reason, which we want to focus on for now, is the science of metaphysics. And we talked about this. The idea of cause and effect, understanding existence, contingency, and necessity. How we can order these concepts in our mind. What is real causation versus association? What is action? How do we describe our actions, our free will, the beginning and end. So this study, this area of investigations, cannot conflict with science, because metaphysics is purely rational, meaning we discover this with our mind alone, meaning that it doesn't, what we learn through experimentation cannot contradict these things, cannot contradict these truths, just as metaphysical truths will not contradict science. And that's why, for example, like quantum theory and the fact that things just happen without a cause, on a metaphysical level, nothing can happen without a cause. There can be no effect without a cause. It's rationally absurd. Rather, we might just not observe the cause. There might not be any apparent cause or physical cause. Right, so some scientists will try to, some of them who kind of don't rely on reason as much, will try to argue that an effect can happen without a cause. But in reality, even many scientists who are more trained will say that no, there are causes, we just don't know them yet, right? Or it's dark matter or these other things. They won't go to say there's an effect without a cause because of the rational absurdities that begin to pile up after that. And the thing is, if you challenge any of these, especially the five senses and reason, you actually begin to challenge all thought and knowledge whatsoever. Right? If someone challenges the fact that they are seeing the sun in front of them, they say, "Oh, I'm not sure, right? How do I know?" Then they actually undermine all of their knowledge whatsoever, because they're undermining that which is so immediate and primary to their experience. The same thing with reason. If someone begins to deny reason, then deny all their thought, right? Because if you deny reason, then you deny your ability to know anything, to discover if this is true or false, if this, the idea of contradiction, right? So if you undermine reason, you undermine all thought itself. And it's not tenable. You cannot make an argument to say that science has disproven math. Science has disproven logic. That's impossible, right? We might have different ways of applying it to science, but they are fundamentally different realms, different worlds. And we have to be able to objectively apply both when necessary. So let's look at an example to illustrate this. We look at the rain. We say that it comes from condensation, from evaporation, sunlight contacting the water, the sun shining, and then nuclear fusion. And when we look at this, for example, if we understand this from an empirical study from our five senses, we'll say that, okay, scientifically, rain is caused by the condensation from the clouds. But we're only studying this from the perspective of the five senses. So that means that we're studying the associations between contingent things. This is a contingent thing, this is a contingent thing. What's their association? We're keeping ourselves within the realm of the physical universe. But in metaphysics, we don't study this. We study the existence of contingent things and its dependence on a necessary being. So let's look at the existence of rain, the existence of condensation. Are they contingent? Do they depend on a necessary being? So this example is to show you that we can understand different phenomena, different facts, according to a scientific understanding, and we keep it there, right? We just keep these balls connecting to each other without looking up, right? Basically. Or we can understand it from a metaphysical perspective, which then brings the necessary being into every single interaction, because we're understanding it from the perspective of existence and from contingency, not from the physical realm. We're not understanding it from a scientific perspective. So that's really important to not mix between these two categories unnecessarily, because it can lead you to confusions, right? To confuse these different frameworks and to come to the wrong conclusions. Okay. So the question then is, does religion contradict science? Depends on the religion. If you have a religion that does not have a rationally grounded metaphysics and theology, it will contradict science. It'll extend its bounds beyond, it'll go beyond its bounds. Likewise with a science. If you have a science that starts to make metaphysical claims, right, which is materialism, the fallacy of materialism, how do we know that there is no supernatural being, that it's impossible that God exists? Just because we haven't observed him, this does not deny the truths of causation, of dependency, of necessity. So our conclusion and realizing that God exists is something which cannot be disproven by science. So a scientific framework that will intentionally deny the existence of God is one that is going beyond its limits. It's not realizing that you just stick to the physical universe. You can't make these claims. And this is actually why when there was a movement to try to undermine philosophy and just kind of get rid of these sciences, they were rejected even by scientists who said that, we can't use science to reject metaphysics and philosophy. They're fundamentally different sciences, and they're both useful. So if one is objective with their science, then they can affirm science in its realm, and they can affirm metaphysics in its realm as well. And they don't extend one to the other. And that's what Islam does. Islam has a comprehensive approach to the universe, to number one, affirming religious claims and also scientific claims. And this is why Muslims were never scared of science. right? There wasn't some, Galileo being in a house arrest because his belief that the universe was no longer geocentric was now considered heresy because it went against the church. So we have to just basically forbid people from reading his works and put him on house arrest. No, right? Muslims were pioneers in mathematics. They discovered algebra, in physics, in chemistry, in medicine. You just read Ibn Sina's Encyclopedia of Medicine, right? And chemistry, how we know, and physics, how we know that the eye does not actually shine light itself, but light reflects off of things, and then and the light rays come into our eyes, into our retina. Not that we have this like light bulb that's shining from our eyes, which is what Aristotle believed. So all of these scientific discoveries, the golden age of Islam, if you just look that up, are from Muslims. So if there was a serious conflict between science and Islam, how would they be able to come to these conclusions? And that's why when we look at claims, religious claims, or people who say that religion contradicts science, these are only apparent conflicts. They're not real conflicts. Because when we have a comprehensive approach and epistemology to truth and discovering real propositions, then what we're going to do is when science says something, we're going to take the evidence. When our mind says something, we take the evidence. And then when revelation says something, which we can prove to be true and objective, then we also take that evidence and we weigh the evidence together. We create a comprehensive picture. Instead of just saying, well, this is science, so we're not going to talk about religion at all, or this is religion, we're not going to talk about science. We bring the two frameworks together and we weigh evidence. So when there are areas where there is an immediate, actual, real contradiction, how do we weigh this? We study this. Can we interpret the text? Can we find a more charitable understanding in science? Is science is it even like that definitive, right? Is it really that definitive when it comes to, for example, human evolution, as we'll see tomorrow? Like, is it really that definitive, or is that what they're saying? Are there ways that we can join between these two frameworks, as opposed to just taking a purely, anti-science framework and say, oh, all science is wrong, or a materialist perspective, which is like, we're not even going to take into consideration evidence from religion whatsoever, right? Whatever science tells us, that's it. So we're not even going to take it into our conversation. Muslims say, no, we're going to take it into conversation because they're all sources of truth. And in doing so, we come to the most objective conclusions. And that's how we're going to approach science and religion. So today we covered the contingency argument, the design argument, the oneness argument, and the genuine messenger. And in our House of Islam, as you can remember, this was the first step. This was the foundation. There were two more that we mentioned, right? Love of the Prophet ﷺ and purifying the heart. And I will leave these two for you, and I will give you resources. So for loving the Prophet ﷺ, there are many things that we have to investigate. We have to investigate the features and the character traits of the Prophet ﷺ. This is what we call in Shama'il. His life. We talked about how to look at his life. His virtues, right? What were the virtues that he had? What were the wisdoms he taught? And then the sayings. It's really important actually to read hadith. If you read hadith, you will get a good understanding of who the Prophet really is. You'll learn a lot about who he was, more than you probably can imagine. So loving the Prophet is founded upon knowing the Prophet. Because you can't love that which you don't know. How can you say truly love the Prophet if you don't really know what he stood for, what he believed in, how he lived? And we have, alhamdulillah, Basira, a really amazing series called Discover the Prophet. It's 51 episodes. This is on YouTube as well. So it's on Why Islam is True for free. It's on YouTube as well. This is really beneficial. It will bring up stories and different examples that show you who the Prophet really was, his character. And I'll show a little at the very end. I'll show a little snippet of one of them to show you what it's like. So this is something which you can't really do in one day. You can't really know the Prophet completely in one day. This is kind of a life journey. You should take your time, read the hadith, study into it, investigate, take other courses. And what we have here, the 51 episodes, there's a lot there, but this is personal. And if you go into this, you put some effort into this, you will love the Prophet, and that will then give you the context to understand all of the other social questions and moral questions that come up. Finally, we have purifying the heart. And purifying the heart is another journey, right? It takes time. But it's not just coming to halaqas. It's not just a charismatic person speaking. There are practices that you do that the Prophet ﷺ has taught us, things to say in the morning, things to say during prayer, before prayer, after prayer. We know this, we've been taught, but there's a lot more that we can learn. There are frameworks, the framework to self-betterment, self-improvement in Islam. What is the soul? How do we define the soul? How do we define the heart? What is the nafs? What are the different types of nafs that we have that are calling us to bad, calling us to, calling us to good, blaming us? The diseases of the heart, of arrogance, of vanity. These are things which are real diseases that can be cured, but we have to discover and know about them before we can cure them. And then the cures themselves, right? So if someone has arrogance or they have anger, what do? Do they just keep trial and error until they just, lose everything or they figure it out? There are real methods to solving all of our diseases of the heart, to identify them and then to solve them. And then finally, the states that people go through. So when you are in a state, for example, of being blessed, how do you respond? Of tribulation, how do you respond? Of reliance, of hope, of anger. When is it good to be angry? When is it good to be sad? The different states that kind of all of our life we're going through states. Our states are constantly changing. So how do we manage these states? How do we make sure that these states are prophetic? And that's what the science of purifying the heart investigates. Alhamdulillah, we also have, with Basri Education, completely free, something called Sacred Steps, right? So it's based off of the Sunnah, a very detailed, it's like 20 hours long guide to purifying the heart. So I recommend checking that out, looking into it, and seeing if it's of any benefit, inshallah. And as I mentioned, these are, this right here is another life journey. It takes time. It's not something you're going to learn in one lesson. So we could talk more about this, but I'm leaving this here because we have other, things to worry about, inshallah. Now, once we've done that, now we have built the house of Iman. So you remember, we can now go back to the house of Iman. Now we can defend the Prophet ﷺ and we can defend Islam because we built this foundation, right? A solid, strong foundation based off the certainty. And now, when we come tomorrow, we can look at evolution and we can start to, dive into this and break it down. But we have our epistemology, we have our frameworks, everything is working together. Alhamdulillah. So, any questions about this? I'm going to show you just the intro to one of those, just so you can see. But any questions about what we covered today? Today was the most important day. If you don't even show up tomorrow, it's not. You got the most important day. So tomorrow is application. We're going to be applying what we learned today to different worldviews and things that challenge us. But today, alhamdulillah, we've gotten the foundation, and this is what really mattered. So, alhamdulillah, it's 4 p.m. We took us 6 hours, maybe 5 hours, because we took a break for dhuhr. That was like 30 minutes though. So, alhamdulillah, we got through it. But any questions, comments? We can leave time for Q&A. They were, yeah. So I think it'll be available after. I want them to publish it live. So hopefully they'll publish it just open for everyone to see, because then people can benefit. Okay, alhamdulillah. All right, so while we wait for that, I'll show you one of these. So far, I can't really see. So this is right here, discovering the Prophet. It's I'll play it on my thing, inshallah. But this is the intro, and this is the website. So I'm just showing you so you can navigate it. You can It has everything on there, so you don't have to go to our other websites or YouTube. And inshallah, you can access everything here. I can't see the. I'll just play the introduction, and then we'll just to show you it.
Bismillah, Alhamdulillah. Maybe you've watched some of my videos on atheism and arguments for the existence.
This is my teacher, so Shaykh Hamza Karmali. This like he started all the work, so this is his. All of this is mostly his work, and I've done my own research and built these presentations. But you know, I work with him. He's the teacher.
That's something that I've done a lot of. But there's a second part to Islam as well. Islam is about La ilaha illallah, proving the existence of God, but it's also about Muhammadur Rasulullah sallallahu alayhi wasallam, showing that the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wasallam is really and genuinely God's messenger. There's atheist arguments that cause us to doubt about belief in God, and there's atheists, but also many Christian arguments that cause doubts about the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam. Christians in particular, they'll advance accusations that the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam was a warlord, that he was a womanizer, that he was harsh and cruel, that he manipulated people around him for his personal advantage. In other words, the claim is that he's a false prophet, he's an imposter who just made this claim because he wanted to gain something personally. He was selfish, he wanted to manipulate other people. Anyone who knows about the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who knows who he was, will find this completely preposterous, completely unbelievable. Nothing could be further from the truth. But the problem is that we don't know who he was, sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And that's why I'm recording this series on discovering the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
So that's the motivation behind this. They're really short lessons, and I would really recommend checking that out. And the second thing is, I think this is it. This is Sacred Steps. So it's the other course. Just for complete transparency, as I mentioned, these three, all of the series, the YouTube series, and the short courses are completely free, as well as Sacred Steps. So you get Why Islam is True, Sacred Steps, and then all of the other series completely for free. The Islamic Dilemma and the Prophet Warlord. All these videos have been out there, Palestine and whatnot. And there is also the two other levels to this. There is we've made this into a streaming platform. So we used to sell courses, the whole course for a certain amount. We've now made it that it's like, for example, like Netflix, you pay $10, you get access to all the courses, over 40 courses. Or there's another option to support the mission and get more access. But we made it such that it's simply just like you have the core, which is Why Islam is True, Sacred Steps, and all the other series completely for free. So everything we talked about today, you have access to. And then if you are interested in more of the courses and more knowledge about Isnad, about logic, there's so many more, that's $10 a month and $5 if you're in the East, in countries where they don't have as much money. And then one could support the mission if they want to support our work and to keep and they like what we're doing, inshallah. So that's kind of what we're showing people. We're spreading this awareness because we're really happy to be able to launch to offer it for free. Before we weren't able to because of the the running costs. So alhamdulillah, everything there is an extension of what we've covered today. So I recommend just checking it out and then and going from there, inshallah. Any other questions today before we end today's seminar? And we'll come back tomorrow morning and keep going. Any other comments, concerns? Yeah, so if you just check up whyislamistrue.com. You'll find everything there. So this is really whyislamistrue.com. And you just need an email and you can get access to the courses for free. And then all the other ones are $10, inshallah, for one subscription fee. So alhamdulillah. But especially the Why Islam is True course, I would recommend everyone do that. That's like it's 18 weeks. I mean, 18 modules basically, and there's a lot of information there. And the biggest thing is you get access to us, to my teacher. And if you have any questions, we can set up a private meeting. We're really trying to just do da'wah and to spread this information. So, alhamdulillah, like, you know, all of these talks and everything, we don't charge for them. You know, so we do this just to spread this information to make it as easy as possible, inshallah. And that's the goal behind our mission, our work. Alhamdulillah. So tomorrow will be shorter because 2 full days is long. So we're going to cover evolution, Age of Aisha, and the problem of evil. These 3 are the most important. And the other ones that I mentioned, I mentioned a bunch of them in the beginning. I mentioned just all the possible main ones. So the warlord, what's the process of a warlord? We can talk about that if you want. It's very simple. It's kind of just historically inaccurate. This is like more propaganda than anything. Spiritual abuse, and how we can go into this. This is a bit longer. I don't know if we want to do this because we have to look at some psychology, and we have to look at mental health and standards and how spiritual abuse manifests itself. So we probably won't do that tomorrow. But the Islamic dilemma, I can mention a little bit about it. But the main thing tomorrow will be to apply what we're learning. I'm going to bring an exercise on worldviews, like how to understand and dissect different worldviews and different claims. We're going to look into the problem of evil, talk about the age of Aisha radiallahu anha, and then go deep into evolution and look at all the 4 different responses from religions to evolution, how they deal with it, what's our preferred method to dealing with this, and show how close it is to modern science, really. And then just Q&A. So people have Q&A. They want to. I mean, if we start at 10, I'm hoping we could finish by 2, inshallah. So we don't need a whole nother 6 hours. It'll be 2, inshallah. So that way it's not too long. It's not too. And as I mentioned, it's just applying what we're learning. So you can do this in anything else, or you can look up the videos, as we said, which we talk about all these in depth, inshallah. So any questions today? Any final questions or comments before we end today? Alhamdulillah, thank you so much for attending and for asking great questions and for listening. Subhanakallahumma wa bihamdika ashhadu an la ilaha illa anta astaghfiruka wa atubu ilaik. Thank you so much and look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Assalamu alaikum.